Let's embark on the journey towards Industry 4.0.
Certification requirement is ready to go out, it's 95%, but we still have about 50% of action items.
The transformation is inevitable.
A very good morning and salam sejahtera, honorable ministers, representatives of government agencies, foreign dignitaries, MSIA board and members, moderators and speakers, sponsors, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to MSIA's event of the year, the Malaysia National E&E Forum 2021. My name is Dillion Singh, CEO of JF Technology Berhad, an MSIA board member, and I'll be your masters of ceremony for today's event. We have an exciting and action-packed program for the forum this year, themed Fueling the Semiconductor Renaissance, which is organized by MSIA and supported by the Government of Malaysia via MPC and EEPN. The emerging technologies of 5G, IoT, AI, electric vehicles, smart cities, is increasing demand of semiconductors exponentially, which bodes very well for Malaysia, where the E&E industry is targeted to contribute 120 billion ringgit to GDP and generate 495 billion ringgit in export earnings by 2025. Today, we have assembled a lineup of distinguished semiconductor industry captains from across the globe, and they'll be sharing their wealth of experience, views and ideas on how Malaysia can reinvent itself as a global E&E hub by seizing opportunities such as the current supply issues, the race to establish localized supply chain in various countries, and challenges posed by this unprecedented COVID-19. Our forum will begin shortly, but before that, a few key reminders. We encourage your participation and interaction in this forum, and do use the Q&A tab to ask questions. And I'm sure after many months of working from home, you all are Zoom experts. So if you like, please give our panelists and speakers a virtual clap if you like what you hear. Our panel of experts working behind the scenes will be selecting the most appropriate questions to be answered by our panelists and speakers. For your information, today's forum is also being broadcasted live on MPC's Facebook page. Do remember to fill up the survey at the end of the event, as your feedback will help us improve in the organization of future events. You will now see on the screen today's program, and we'll be flashing up the program on the screen periodically during the event. There will be 2 5-minute intermissions to allow you to have your bio break or to grab a coffee. Now, without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Ganesa Karthigasu, Chairman of Malaysia Productivity Corporation, to provide his welcome speech.
Yang berhormat Datuk Lim Ban Hong, Deputy Minister of International Trade and Industry. Yang berbahagia Datuk Abdul Latif Haji Abdul Saman, Director General, Malaysia Productivity Corporation, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Sri Wong Siew, President of Malaysia Semiconductor Industry Association and champion of Electrical and Electronics Productivity Nexus, heads of government departments and agencies, captains of industries, industry associations, members of the media, and distinguished guests. Salam Sejahtera, good morning everyone. It is my pleasure and honor to welcome all of you to the launch of Malaysia National Electrical and Electronics Forum, Fueling the Semiconductor Renaissance. We are very grateful to have Yang Berhormat Datuk Lim Ban Hong, Deputy Minister of International Trade and Industry, to officiate this event. Gearing towards productivity rebound, Malaysia's productivity growth is expected to see recovery by 4.5% this year. This aligns with the projection by the World Bank. Malaysia's positive trajectory for recovery is forecasted to increase by between 2 to 3% this year, thanks to the expansion of productivity performance. According to the 12th Malaysia Plan, the Productivity Nexus model will be further leveraged to drive the implementation of productivity initiatives at the sectoral level. These initiatives will be undertaken through collaborations with the government, private sectors, associations, academia, and other related parties. In addition, I am glad to inform that a new productivity nexus will be established, namely construction and logistics services. The Electrical and Electronics Productivity Nexus has undertaken many initiatives since the launch of the Malaysia Productivity Blueprint in 2017. Our Plugfest program is one of them. It provides solutions to the industry players through application of Internet of Things and artificial intelligence. MPC will continue to assist businesses in unlocking and enhancing productivity in industrial subsectors via digitalization. The My Reskill IoT program was launched on the 2nd of September to assist local companies in accelerating the use of technology. We hope to have 5,000 firms participate in this program by 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, MPC continues to support the industry and other government agencies in executing activities via various digital platforms and strategic collaborations. Namely, these are the Business Virtual Advisory Services, Industry 4.0 webinar series, Productivity 1010, and Go Big Digital Pledge, which will assist industries to recover and grow their businesses in the new norm. We need to be agile, as change is the only thing that is constant. Should we remain stagnant, we will not be able to compete in the global economy. On that note, thank you very much for attending this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ram, for your opening remarks. Next, I would like to invite Dato Sri Wong Siew, President of MSIA and the undisputed champion of Malaysia's E&E industry, to provide his introductory remarks. Dato Sri Wong is the champion of EEPN and a member of Pemuda, which acts as a special task force to improve Malaysia's global competitiveness. Let's put our hands together virtually and welcome Dato Sri Wong.
Thank you, Dillion, for the kind introduction. Yang Berhormat Dato Sri Mustapa Mohamed, Minister in the Prime Minister's Department Economy. Yang Berhormat Lim Ban Hong, Deputy Minister, Ministry of International Trade Industry. Yang Berbahagia Ram Ganesa, Karthigasu, Chairman of MPC. Mr. Tan Lip Bu, CEO of Cadence Design Systems and Chairman of Walden International. Respected speakers, panelists, moderators from overseas and from Malaysia, sponsors, distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the Malaysia Semiconductor Industry Association, I would like to extend a warm welcome and selamat datang to everyone. Firstly, I would like to thank our keynote speaker, Tan Lip Bu, CEO of Cadence Design Systems and Chairman of Walden International, for his presence at today's forum. He is calling in all the way from Silicon Valley. The theme for this year's National E&E Forum 2021 is Fueling the Semiconductor Renaissance. Malaysia is a critical part of the global semiconductor supply chain. Approximately 7% of total global semiconductor trade flows through Malaysia. In 2020, the E&E industry contributes 39.4% to Malaysia's total export, 6.8% to the GDP, and employs 575,000 people. The 12th Malaysia Plan has identified electrical and electronics, that is E&E, as a strategic and high-impact industry. According to the World Semiconductor Trade Statistics, the worldwide semiconductor market is expected to grow 25% this year and another 10% next year. The global semiconductor is expected to grow to 551 billion in 2021 and projected to grow to 606 billion in 2022. The outlook for semiconductor continues to be very positive. Currently, there is a shortage of semiconductors. Countries and companies in the US, China, Korea, and Japan are doubling down on their investments in semiconductor, both in research and development, and increasing their fab capacity within their home countries. In this National E&E Forum 2021, we will explore what all these investments mean, what are the opportunities, and how Malaysia can seize some of these opportunities to go up the value chain and be a reputable global E&E center. We have gathered speakers from renowned organizations to share their views today, such as BCG, Boston Consulting Group, Credit Suisse, Semiconductor Industry Association, SIA for short, World Bank, China, SIA, Infineon, and Western Digital. For your information, the Malaysia Semiconductor Industry Association, MSIA for short, was formed in January 2021, and we currently have more than 150 members. Our members are not just from Malaysia. We have members whose headquarters are from the USA, Europe, Japan, China, Canada, Taiwan, a total of 15 countries. MSIA's four main objectives are to enhance the semiconductor ecosystem, to encourage more companies to go up the value chain, to be the collective voice of the semiconductor and electronics industry, to collaborate with the government to improve Malaysia's global competitiveness in the electronics industry. Last but not least, I would like to thank our forum sponsors. Main sponsor, MIDA. Other sponsors, Great Tech Integration, Alliance Corp Manufacturing or ACM, Infineon Technologies, JF Technology, Celestica Electronics, Micron Technology. Thank you for your support. I would like to thank for your attendance today, and I hope we will have a lively and engaging session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dato Sri. And we really admire your energy and enthusiasm in championing Malaysia's E&E advancement. Next, I would like to invite Yang Berhormat, Senator Dato Lim Ban Hong, Malaysia's Deputy Minister of International Trade and Industry, to deliver his opening speech.
Yang Berusaha Encik Ram Ganesa Karthigasu, Chairman of Malaysia Productivity Corporation MPC, Yang Berbahagia Dato Abdul Latif Haji Abu Saman, Director General of Malaysia Productivity Corporation MPC, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Seri Wong Siu Hai, President of Malaysia Semiconductor Industry Association MSIA and Champion of Electrical and Electronics Productivity Nexus EEPN. Speakers, panelists, and moderators, heads of government departments and agencies, captains of industry, members of media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Salam sejahtera and a very good morning. It is my pleasure to welcome all of you to the Malaysia National Electrical and Electronics E&E Forum 2021. It is indeed an honor to be part of today's event organized by E&E Productivity Nexus, EEPN, and Malaysia Semiconductor Industry Association, MSIA, an annual forum organized since year 2019. On behalf of the Ministry of International Trade and Industry, MITI, I would like to thank everyone for your presence. The theme of the forum, Fueling the Semiconductor Renaissance, is the most apt as we envision the expanding opportunities of the semiconductor industry fueled by the current and future disruptive technologies. Semiconductors are expected to become increasingly important in the current and future game-changing technologies, resulting in significant value creation and catalyzing the industry growth. Ladies and gentlemen, for decades, the E&E industry has been Malaysia's largest export earner. E&E industry continues to be the key driver of industrial development and in year 2020 contributed 5.6% to national gross domestic product GDP. Malaysia is the largest semiconductor trading partner of the United States. As a prominent player in the global semiconductor supply chain, it registered E&E exports at 39.4% or ringgit Malaysia 386.29 billion of Malaysia's total exports, which was 3.5% higher than the previous year. In terms of productivity, the E&E subsector recorded a 4.5% growth in year 2020, the highest among the 9 priority subsectors. And approved investment for the E&E sector in year 2020 were valued at ringgit Malaysia 15.6 billion for 148 E&E projects, whereby these projects are expected to create 19,541 jobs. According to the World Semiconductor Trade Statistics, WSTS, the worldwide semiconductor market is expected to show an outstanding growth of 25.1% in year 2021. For year 2022, the global semiconductor market is projected to grow by 10.1% to US $606 billion, driven by a double-digit growth of the memory category. All regions, including the Asia Pacific, are expected to show positive growth again. Ladies and gentlemen, the Malaysian government has been promoting and facilitating research and development (R&D), as well as boosting the development of our semiconductor ecosystem, making the investment environment more conducive and more supporting small and medium enterprises (SMEs) in their digital industry 4.0 transformation journey. To remain competitive, SMEs need to reap the benefits of disruptive technologies and innovation to create dynamic and efficient business models that can increase productivity and remain resilient. MITI is committed in building a holistic ecosystem for manufacturing and its related services sector through the implementation of various initiatives under the Industry Forward policy. The Malaysia Productivity Corporation, MPC, has been entrusted with the mandate to carry out the Readiness Assessment, or RA, to assist SMEs to migrate to Industry 4.0 technologies. I would like to commend MPC for its role in facilitating and accelerating the SME's digital transformation. The establishment of My Reskill IoT program, recently launched on 2nd September 2021, is vital for existing workers to remain relevant in the labor market to ensure the local talent pool is sustainable and able to meet the industry's growing and ever-changing needs. Ladies and gentlemen, under the 12th Malaysia Plan, or RMK12, E&E has been identified as one of the 8 strategic and high-impact industries to boost economic growth by accelerating the growth of the industry through high value-added products and quality investment. Game Changer 2 aims to mitigate the current and future challenges of E&E industry by leveraging advanced technologies, digitalization, and niche capabilities. The measure resonates with our current efforts to realign E&E growth in a sustainable trajectory, as well as strengthening Malaysia's position in the global supply chain. This is also in line with the new National Investment Policy Framework being formulated in line with our national investment aspiration to be the preferred investment destination for high economic complexity investments that can serve to enhance existing industry clusters and develop new growth clusters. While the onslaught of the COVID-19 pandemic has battered our economy and disrupting industry supply chains, including the E&E sector, particularly with the onset of the third wave of infections, I believe towards the end of the year and beyond, we will witness a stronger recovery of the economy and promising growth prospects for the semiconductor industry. Sustainable long-term recovery will hinge on measures for business reorientation and innovation. It's called for a great reset for businesses to quickly redeploy talent, launch new business models, enhance productivity, develop more medium and long-term strategies to prepare the industry for the new normal. I believe that the synergistic efforts of government and the industry association to leverage on the unique chip innovation ecosystem will facilitate even greater R&D collaboration and catalyze critical new innovations in the semiconductor technology. The rise and return of the semiconductor industry will be on stronger footing and remain as Malaysia's main economic contributor. I would also like to take the opportunity to convey that the government will continue to engage the industry and governments along the supply chain to ensure minimal disruption to the supply of semiconductors, given Malaysia's prominence as a global supply of semiconductors. Any public health measures taken will be balanced with the economic impact of these measures. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I take great honor to officiate the Malaysian National E&E Forum 2021, Fueling the Semiconductor Renaissance. Thank you.
Semiconductor is the foundation of the digital world. Mobile phones have become more powerful, and a car is a small data center on wheels. Zoom meetings and webinars are made possible by semiconductors and cloud data centers. Furthermore, Internet of Things, AI and 5G have become a reality. Semiconductors are driving smart cities, smart homes, and smart gadgets. We can't imagine the world without chips, and the appetite for chips is higher than ever. This high demand has caused an unprecedented chips shortage. However, behind every challenge, there are opportunities. The dynamics in the semiconductor industry is getting more vibrant than ever because of the voracious demand for technology. The major semiconductor companies in the world are putting in huge investments to increase capacity. Malaysia is a key player in the global semiconductor supply chain. It continues to attract high-quality E&E investments. Technology will keep advancing, and it will continue to transform the way we work, learn, live, and play. Don't waste the crisis. Boost the E&E industry to move up the value chain. Malaysia sees the opportunities now.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat Senator Dato Lim Ban Hong for officiating the opening of today's forum. And now, one of the highlights of today's forum, and all the way from the United States of America, let's welcome Mr. Tan Lip Gu. Mr. Tan is a founder and chairman of Walden International, a leading venture capital firm managing cumulative capital commitments of $3.6 billion, and founding managing partner of YBhg Capital, a venture capital firm focused on investing in core technology companies. He concurrently serves as CEO of Cadence Design Systems and has been a member of the Cadence Board of Directors since 2004. He also serves on the boards of Schneider Electric and SoftBank Group Japan, and has been named as one of the top 10 venture capitalists in China by zero to IPO and was listed as one of the top 50 venture capitalists on the Forbes Midas list. Mr. Tan is extremely passionate about semiconductors, and he has pioneered cross-border venture capital investments from Silicon Valley to Asia, with investments in more than 10 countries across Asia for the past 30 years. Many of you may not know, but he was born in Muar, Malaysia, studied in Singapore for his degree, and obtained his master's in nuclear engineering from MIT, USA. Mr. Tan will be speaking to us via video feed, and he will be appearing in person after the video to engage in a dialogue together with Dato Sri Wong and yours truly. We shall also be selecting questions from the audience, which Mr. Tan will address. Let's give a warm Malaysian welcome to Mr. Tan Lip Bu.
Thank you for inviting me to give a keynote at the Malaysia National E&E Forum. I'm very honored to be here. Unfortunately, due to COVID situations, I'm not able to meet you in person. As you may know, I was born in Johor, Malaysia, and grew up in KL. In addition to the CEO of Cadence Design, I'm also the founder and chairman of Wharton International, which has 120 IPOs and 91 successful M&As. On the Malaysia-Singapore front, I was early investor in Unisem, Creative Technology, and others. I'm very excited to share what I see as the important industry trends and share some of my AI-enabled hardware, data platform, software 2.0, and medical vertical application investment strategy and portfolio, and what Cadence Design is doing to enable AI innovation. We are in the midst of 5 generational waves that are driving the industry: 5G, autonomous driving, industrial IoT, hyperscaler computing, and AI ML. These waves open up tremendous opportunity and are connected by common theme, data. A few years ago, people were thinking semiconductors was a slowing and sunset industry, but not anymore. All these generation drivers and data-centric era are driving a renaissance in semiconductor, and we are currently facing a supply chain issue, and it's due to overwhelming broad-based demand. It is a great time to be in the semiconductor and electronic industry. It's all about data. There's a huge amount of data being generated every day, and all this data needs to be transmitted, stored, processed, and analyzed. All this require high-performance compute, high-bandwidth transmission, and high-density storage, which call for a lot of innovation on all fronts: architecture, design, EDA, IP, and manufacturing ecosystem. The untapped potential here is tremendous. 90% of the data that exists today was generated in only the last 2 years. And 80% of that data is unstructured, graphic, video, and etc. Most importantly, currently only 2% is analyzed, and interestingly, that number is projected to going down from the current 2% to 0.5% over the next 5 years as the rate of data generation outpaces the already explosive growth in data analytics. One of the big drivers is the hyperscale computing. Hyperscalers are at the heart and center of the silicon renaissance and data revolutions. They are spending massively on CapEx, estimated at over 120 billion last year. There are 600 hyperscale data centers and over 100 have opened in the pandemic year. Hyperscalers participate in all stages of the data cycle and are pushing the need for innovation in technologies across compute, memory, storage, and networking. They are pushing the design envelope in order to provide differentiations and best user experience with domain-specific computing targeted for their specific workload. In order to achieve their ambitious targets, they are pushing the most advanced process nodes down to 3 nanometer, 2 nanometer, and using the latest protocol IPs, HBM2E, PCIe Gen 6, CXL 2.0, and etc. They also need the most advanced packaging solutions, including 3D IC. This chart shows the estimated growth for AI hardware market segmented into processor, memory, and network. As you can see, the need of high-performance compute platform is still driving the growth. There is increasing competition among established companies and startups in this market, leading to many innovation solutions. Now let us talk about how AI is currently being deployed. The standard cloud model is training is done in the cloud, and the trained model is then deployed at the edge for inferencing and basic analysis. Data is also sent back to the cloud to retrain the model, and if deeper analysis is required. As AI processing and algorithms become more efficient, more and more functionality is moving to the edge, to on-demands and edge servers. More inferencing and analysis are being done on device, and edge servers are handling more workloads that are used to go to the cloud, including training and more real-time analysis and decision-making. This trend will accelerate. By some estimates, only 20% data is processed at the edge today. And by 2030, 80% will be processed at the edge. Let us look at the hyperscaler infrastructure in more detail. There are several modules for data processing, storage, network infrastructure, and organization and analysis. As you know, in addition to serving as Cadence CEO, I'm also founder and chairman of Warden International. In this position, I have met many innovative startup companies across the entire space. I will introduce some of them to you. First, let's look at the data processing. General purpose computing is everywhere. In this regard, I have deployed and invested in Annapurna Lab, which was acquired by Amazon, Nuvia, this is an ARM-based server acquired by Qualcomm. In the future, more and more heterogeneous compute pool will be seen, and this will contain more workload-specific computing platform, such as Habana Labs, which was acquired by Intel for $2 billion, Sambanova reconfigurable data flow platform, and lately Speed Data, which is the acceleration of big data and analytics processing system. In the next few years, you will see more practical application of quantum computing. In this area, I invested in PSI Quantum and IonQ. In addition to computing, the latest cloud architecture also requires high-performance networks and storage. In this area, I invest in Innovium, which was acquired by Marvell, Excite, and Inphi, which was acquired also by Marvell for $10 billion, and Cradle. And in terms of next generation storage and system, I invest in Synex Labs, and that is doing the NVMe and controller, and Lightbits that providing the NVMe over fiber for storage, and Fungible that is doing the disaggregation of the storage. And then above that, clearly is how to organize and manage the data. And I also invest in Katana Graph, doing the graph analytics, and Snorkel.ai, doing the data labeling and data management. And on top are the various applications and services. Just to highlight a few, in the industrial IoT, I invest in Rescale, via imaging, and then also the medical healthcare drug discovery, like Inference, In Citro, Berkeley Lights. And also on the enterprise application, I invest in data chat, that is using the natural language for, they call it the conversational intelligent platform that they're building. So this is very exciting on the whole infrastructure for the data-centric application. In order to accelerate the hardware proliferation and adoptions, I've been busy investing in creating AI-enabled data platform, software 2.0, and AI medical solutions. A couple examples like Databricks and Celonis that is doing the process mining execution platform, and Voltron is a unified data platform using Apache Arrow. And I mentioned earlier, and then there are some others data platform that I'm investing in. On the NEO AI-enabled medical and drug discovery, like Altera.ai, Variational.ai, and many others are in the formations. For the past 5 years, Cadence has been embracing this new data-centric era with our intelligent system design strategy. At the core is design excellence, which is the EDA and IP used to design complex chips for all of you for building. Next level is system innovation, as companies are looking beyond silicon for system-level integration and core optimization. Over the last couple of years, we have invested significantly at the system level, especially in terms of 3D IC, computational fluid dynamics, we call it CFD, system simulation, embedded software, and security, and the software bring-ups. The third space is the AI data analytics, where we provide AI ML technologies to our customers and enable them to develop more intelligent products. The key things here is that all these three things are connected in what we call computational software, which is our core competent expertise. And we have more than 5,000 people in the R&D, and their expertise in numerical analysis and computational software is being applied to all these three core areas. And the great thing is that these three core areas are present, used in multiple vertical product segments, from consumers to hyperscaler to aerospace defense to automotive, all the way to medical. So it is very exciting to be part of this journey with you, and we look forward to deliver more valuable solutions to our customers. Cadence is fully leveraging AI ML technology to provide better tools and solutions to our customer, as shown in this chart. First, we call ML Insight, where ML technology is applied to improve result of our existing tools. As you can see from the blue logos around this circle, we have already enhanced many of our tools with AI ML technology across full spectrum of our offering, including digital, custom verification, PCB, and packaging with significant improved result in PPA and runtime. And they are ML outside, where ML and other technologies are applied to intelligently automate the flows and solution across the entire design flow to dramatically improve efficiency and productivity. This is another important area that's transforming user experience and productivity. And we currently have focused on the two most widely used flows for digital implementation and design verification with Cerebus and Xcelium ML. Finally, we are providing AI and ML technology that enable our design partners with silicon and software technology to build their solution. This is Tensilica platform that I will talk more. There are also many new exciting technology we are working on, so stay tuned as this list will grow much bigger. One recent tool I like to highlight is Cerebus Intelligent Chip Explorer. This is an example of ML outside, built on the full digital design and sign-off flows. It revolutionized the chip design process, transforming the team workload, resulting in significant chip implementation productivity gains and better silicon performance, power, area, and specs. We have several important customers that have deployed this and have seen tremendous, remarkable results, more than 10 times productivity and 20% PPA improvement. What is important about Cerebus is it automates the entire design, digital design, and sign-off flow, including RTL synthesis, floor planning, place and route, and optimization, clock tree synthesis, design route, and sign-off closure. Here, I'd like to show you some of the results from our customer on the benefit of using Cerebus. As you can see, in addition to significantly better performance, power, area results, the remarkable things about Cerebus is that it can vastly improve engineer productivity and reduce customer design cycle. Let's briefly listen to our president, Anirudh Devna, describing the Cerebus.
Now, today I also briefly mentioned our new advancement in ML with Cerebus. It's a truly unique technology and we're getting great results. So we just launched Cerebus in July and the results are phenomenal. Instead of manually driving Genus and Innovus, Cerebus uses machine learning to mathematically drive Genus and Innovus. So it's like advanced driver assistance for chip design. And Genus Innovus still have to deliver the best PPA, and we have leadership in the market. So a lot of time the user have to drive them by different options, whether it is design options or tool options or process combinations. But with Cerebus, we can do that mathematically. And by running it on multiple machines, we can mathematically explore what floor planning to use, what design options, what power methods, and can get dramatic improvements in PPA. And I'm pretty pleased with the foundation of Cerebus, the mathematical foundation using reinforcement learning. And these methods can be applied to other parts of EDA and system design and analysis.
And now, let us hear from our customers on the benefits of using Cerebus.
At Renesas, we have a wide range of the products which are based on many different process nodes, depending on the application and performance requirements. Using the distributed computing capabilities, Cerebus did about hundreds runs and quickly converge on the flow that results in over 15% power reduction. We use a new 12-nanometer high-speed CPU design project to see how serverless could optimize not only the implementation flow, but the floor plan. Based on about 50 runs, serverless generated a new flow and a new floor plan that delivers better performance by over 10% for this high-speed CPU, saving us many months of the manual floor planning and flow tuning effort. This is exactly the kind of productivity benefit we are hoping to achieve by working with Cadence on the serverless technology.
In order to enable moving AI to the edge, we recently announced our new AI IP strategy and Tensilica scalable AI platforms for on-device to edge AI applications. This provides technologies and building blocks that is scalable to the demands of your edge AI application. Well, thank you for attending my keynote speech. And we are delighted in this exciting industry that we talk about the AI growth and applications, and also the whole data platform and the software 2.0, and then vertical application like medical and drug discovery. It is very exciting to be in this industry, especially in the AI ML application, and enjoy the rest of the event.
Libu, thank you very much for calling all the way from Silicon Valley. Thank you for your very enlightening and interesting presentation, identifying the situation of the technology as well as challenges and opportunities. First, let me congratulate you for all the winners that you had in your presentation that you showed with all the investments that you have made. We are now into our Q&A, and let me ask you the first question. First of all, I also want to congratulate you again for having winners in all the more than 10 countries in Asia. And you are the one that have taken Silicon Valley, so to speak, to Asia with all your investments. My first question to you is, are you still investing today? What are you investing? And how do you select which technologies and companies to invest in? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dato Wong, and now invite me to this event. I'm heavily investing, and just give you an idea, I don't invest just for the sake of investing. I actually creating those companies. And so last year, 2020, I created about 15 startups. And then this year, year to date, I already have 17. A couple of them start from scratch. I recruit the talents and then build the team and spend a lot of time, almost daily, evening, and then work on the plan and business plan. And so I'm still investing heavily because of renaissance of semiconductor. I see so much opportunity, and I wish I have 48 hours. In terms of area I'm investing, I think from my presentation you can hear, this whole 5-generation wave is changing the whole landscape of the semiconductor. And then the other part is, like the 5G, the autonomous driving, and then the AI machine learning, cloud infrastructure is massively deployed. And then the center of it is the AI machine learning. And how much data that we generate is shocking. 90% of the data generated last 2 years. And less than 2% of data today is only used for analyzing. And there's so much application in industrial IoT, medical field. Can you imagine, like, for example, prostate cancer or cardiologists? A couple of my top startup this year have been using AI machine learning, and they have so much clinical data, but nobody actually using it. And because it's not properly labeling it, not labeled, and not properly doing the data mining, graph analytics, and then doing the query, and then doing a lot of analysis. I wish my doctor have all those data rather than use me as a guinea pig and then using gut feel. But you have so many data that are available, millions of patients, then you can apply and also apply for drug discovery. So I think, answer your question, invest in the cloud infrastructure. And I talked to all the CEO of the cloud infrastructure player. They all tell me that, Lippo, this network storage, we just had to throw it away. I mean, we have got to upgrade it because it's too slow and it's too inefficient. And then a new way of silicon and software required. And that got me excited. And those are great opportunity changing the whole infrastructure. And that is in front of our eyes that we just have to innovate. And so semiconductor, I talked to all this MIT, my old school, CMU, and all the great school that we put endowments, and we put research funding with them. They're going to be doing a lot of innovation, and then for our next generation to enjoy, and that excites me.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tan. So before I ask Mr. Tan the next question, I just want to remind all our participants today, please feel free to post any questions that you would like to ask Mr. Tan Lip Bu in the Q&A tab, okay, so that we can, have a more interactive session with Mr. Tan. So next up, Mr. Tan, just want to ask you, what advice do you have for entrepreneurs? And, are there any particular qualities that you look for before you invest in a company or a founder?
Yeah, a couple of things I pay attention to. One, for entrepreneur, if you want to start a company, it's very important to build a team. And you can't do it alone. And so you need to have different experience, go to market, design the software, and then the productions. So you really need to have a team. I always want to invest into a team. If one person come to me, I say, okay, I'll help you to find your partner and make sure that we have a team. And then secondly, you need to address what is needed in the market and what is really disruptive, and you can change the industry. And it's very important to have that market sensitivity and intelligence. What is the customer needs? So I always like to do startup, and rather than build a product and looking for customer, I usually like to have 1 or 2 customers get excited, give us a spec, and then so that we know what to build for. Like this company called Annapurna Lab, I make this investment in Israel. And then the main reason I got them successful is I got the top leader from Amazon tell me that this is what we need. And he gave me the spec, and I asked the team, go and do it. If you can design it, we have a real business. And that's how we kind of make sure that we validate the technology, the solution with the customer. And it's very important to get the customer support. Like recently, I have 2 new startups. I just in less than 1.5 months, I helped recruiting almost 70 top engineers and software designer. And the main reason is I got 2 very big customers at the Lippo. If you build this team, if you build this design, we're going to buy a lot. And when they're talking about a lot, it's $100 million US dollars. So I say, okay, if that is the case, I have a real customer want to pay money, buying this silicon, if we can develop it. So I asked the team, work really hard and get the best team. And I will personally recruit each one of them and then to join. And then, so this is kind of a fun part of building companies. So I think for entrepreneur, think big. And then secondly, listen to the customer and even customer. And so then make sure that you know what you design, if there's a real customer willing to pay for it. And that will be a real business.
Thank you, Mr. Tan, for the very, very great advice. So you touched a lot on AI during your presentation. And as we know, semiconductor is a very cyclical industry. Do you think we are on the path of a super cycle due to AI, 5G, etc.? And if so, how long do you think this will last?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Usually I kind of worry about the semiconductor cycle, but the last few years, that cycle just out the window. And because the demand is strong, and right now we have supply chain constraint because of strong demand, and then AI is driving it. And you look at autonomous driving, and you look at this hyperscale infrastructure chain because of all the data. So data and AI is driving a lot of changes. And also industry, if you look at they call it Fortune 100 company, and how many got replaced. And look back 10 years, close to half of them is gone, and or no more in the list. And because the business model have changed. And can you imagine to go to the video store to look for movie? Now Netflix, you can just online, and then those retail store is all gone. And so it's I think a lot of big companies is very nervous that AI, machine learning, and the data is changing the whole landscape. A lot of new business model created, and 5G even more exciting because the speed, a lot of new business going to be enabled. And, so this is a very exciting time. So you put it as a super cycle, and I don't know how big a cycle, but this one going to be, at least the next 3 years, I don't see any slowdown. And one thing good about, because I'm in the design EDA, and I can't even hire enough engineers to do the design. That means tell me that a lot of design activity will be going to production 3 years, 5 years from now. And so that gave me a lot of confidence that this design cycle is going to continue. I don't see any slowdown at all. And even in this pandemic, the design activities is increasing a lot. And then I amaze myself, but because it's new demand, new business model come out, and then it's just fascinating in this industry.
Wow. Good to hear, good to know. Fantastic. We have a bright future ahead, at least for the E&E industry. Yeah, my next question to you, Limbo, is that recently in the news over the last 6 months, many companies and countries are announcing huge investments over the next 5 years, billions of dollars. However, they are investing in their home countries, they are going local, not global. What is your view on this strategy?
Yeah, I think, I subscribe to global and globalization. But as you know, geopolitics situation happening. And so everybody is focused on their own geographical focus, and many countries, pouring a lot of money to build the semiconductor. And also, I think some of the key components, and if you can hear, some of the automotive company had to shut down their factory because some simple component, if they cannot get, is really shocking. So in some way, people all want to make sure that you have the local supplier. And then secondly, you want to not just depend on one single source. You want to have multiple source. If you can, looking for alternative, or even the quality is not as good, but it's good enough to build. And so I think, this whole supply chain is disruptive. And a lot of, I always think about even my own personal investment from Warden side and personal investment. I always have this think globally, market is global, but you have to act locally. And so it's very important. You look at China, you look at Taiwan, you look at every country, they are all building, even US, building their supply chain internally, locally. And I think it's, at least this is the next few years we'll see that, and that will have multiple supply chains. And in some way, I think it's good for Malaysia, and then you can provide multiple country with the material, the component that we produce, that become Malaysia become even more important. A lot of supply chain constraint that actually is from Malaysia. So I think everybody pay attention to Malaysia. I think that's a part I think government and industry leaders should take advantage to mapping up the roadmap. I think it's very important the country and the industry leader to come together to developing the roadmap, what is best for the country, and then so that you can quietly building that, and then you can supply to the whole world.
Thank you. Very good.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tan. Yeah, so along those lines, talking about Malaysia, have you found any exciting companies that you plan to invest in Malaysia? That's one of the questions posed by our participant. First question. And second question, what is your advice to develop artificial intelligence in Malaysia? Companies wanting to embark on development of AI in Malaysia, any specific advice that you can share with them?
Yeah, I think Malaysia have a lot to offer. I mean, you clearly have a lot of raw materials, and then clearly you have a lot of good engineers and a lot of multinational company. They have their manufacturing or testing in Malaysia. My good friend Tok Tan also from Malaysia, and then from Broadcom, and he used to be my partner. Clearly have a very big footprint in Malaysia. And so clearly there's a lot to offer. And I think, besides just doing the manufacturing and then the OEM and then or testing for the big Fortune company, I think over time, I will encourage to move up the food chains to the design side and also on the software. And then and that's where the higher margin, higher value. I starting to learn that, doing just hardware manufacturing, your multiple of revenue, it may be 2-3 times the maximum. But meanwhile, you go into the software, you look into the design, your multiple of revenue is 15 times, 20 times, 50 times. And so one company I recently was amazed, revenue less than $1 billion, the market value is $5 billion. And so again, that multiple, we should look at what is the value creations, and then we can starting to move up the food chain, and then you become more fully integrated service provider, and rather than low margin business that you have to really squeeze all the costs and the labor, and then labor is not going to continue to be low, going to go up. And so how do you move up the food chain? And so that's something worthwhile to consider. The other part is, you need to really come up with a plan. Like some country, they have 5-year plan, 10 years plan with government providing the incentive or some of this infrastructure need to have government investment. And so that really drive the infrastructure change, and that can provide more value and also can upgrade, the talent. I think the training, education will be very, very important, and also the recruitment. I think the Warden, we also invest in the job street, in Malaysia, and then the tree from MIT that I really like. And then basically, so sometimes there's some good business model in US. Can you apply that in the local environment, and that can create a new opportunity? And then just like I did, we saw Yahoo many years ago in US. So I created Sina in China, and then basically doing the internet news, and then to provide to the publics. And then think the same thing, you see the social media like Facebook, then I invest into Weibo and then invest in ByteDance. So in a way, you're starting to see how can you apply to the local, and the local community can create that. So I think similar approach, you can look at it from Malaysia side. There's a great community that you can create some community side at providing the applications, even like the deliver food, when the pandemic, my partner invests in Meituan in China, and then they have almost 70-80% of the market. And when it started, nobody want to invest. We invest, but we see that food, deliver can be an interesting business, even though it's not very high tech. But now he become high tech. So now he come to see me and said, I'm going to use AI machine learning to apply to food delivery and also customize for customer food flavor. And then you can deliver either the satay or your, the different type of Malaysian food. So again, that's another good idea that can deliver food, to the neighborhood communities. And that's a value, and then if you can apply some technology to make it more efficient based on people's taste and then the favorite when they make the order, then you can have the data, what they order, then you become smart. You can push idea or menu to him that you can buy this particular food from us, a much cheaper way we can deliver to you on time and deliver the right orders to you. So I think those can be a very fascinating opportunity.
Very interesting. Thank you, Mr. Tan.
Libo, there is a comment here that from an audience said, we are very proud of you and Malaysian, and you are the Malaysian role model. And I'll combine the two questions for you. The first question, what kind of startup for Malaysian company to meet local market? And the second, the other one that is related one is about opportunities. You have shown in your chart as well as you have spoken just now. What opportunities can Malaysia seize, particularly in the semiconductor segment? Any advice to these people?
Yeah, so I think three things. One, clearly, you need to tailor to the local market, and then and also the pricing that justify the local success, and then also can learn some of the new model that in US applying successfully. Can it be modified to apply to the local market? So I can see three ways. One, successful model in US, and then you can apply to Malaysia market. And then secondly, in the local market, some our specialty, and some different countries have different specialty. And like Malaysia, durian is really good. I love durian. And how do you deliver the durian to different places and then make it more affordable and then also more attractive delivery? And so I think you have to, look at the local taste, local market, and a local delivery. If it's not efficient, that means a good opportunity for you to create something efficient. And then back to the semiconductor side, I think clearly there are some success, like Unisem is very successful in packaging. And then some of the testing, I think a few companies done quite well in Malaysia. Then I think you can starting to look at, some of the new material, and people may not pay attention. Everybody focus on advanced node. Actually, you can focus on some mixed signal and like industrial automation, automotive. Malaysia is big in automotive. How can we do some of this semiconductor component that you don't need advanced node 3 nanometer, 2 nanometer, too expensive? You can stay at 90 nanometer or even higher process node and make a really specialty that the customer want. In fact, to be candid with you, right now the biggest shortage is the lacking nodes, not the advanced node product, and that's where killing the automotive supply chain. So you can start looking at that, and that can be very good. And then the other part is, and look at some of these industrial IoT, factory automation, and there's so many opportunity, so many data. How do you collect those data to make intelligent efficiency for the factory floor? I think that's a huge opportunity, and you can take the company public in Malaysia. And so I would love to see some good opportunity, some entrepreneur want to do some things, and I'll do some enough homework, I'll put together a team. And I think good news is money is plenty everywhere. And so the question mark is just lacking of good ideas and then good entrepreneurs. So if you're a good entrepreneur, good idea, and money is available, and there's so much money on the sideline, and that's why it's driving the industry valuation so high. And so I think, back to this 3 question, opportunity in Malaysia and the local favor that you can find what are the efficiency to make it more efficient. Education is very important. And then finally, and then to put together a team and then drive success. And then the semiconductor is a foundation to support all these industry applications.
That's great, very insightful. So maybe shifting gears a little bit, Mr. Tan, to talent development. So many large corporations, companies in the US, they engage and work very closely with the top universities, the Ivy Leagues, to build a strong semiconductor industry. How do you see this model apply to Malaysia? What can Malaysia learn from this engagement with universities, top universities?
Yeah, I think it's a very good question. I think if you ask me, what is the biggest challenge for me at Cadence and some of our investment is the talent. And our talent is lacking. And then everybody try to recruit the best talents. And I think some of this talent, you may need to train them. And cannot just depend on the university to do that because they need some practical experience, learn from the job. And so we have a very big program in terms of internship. Internship is actually the best way for us to do the recruitment. And then we also target some of the university that are very good in our area. And then sometimes, you don't need to pick up the Harvard University. And then some of this, and the student can be too cocky and then they don't want to do hard work. And so you just want to focus on the field and, especially in the engineering. And I'm very heavily involved with some of the university. I'm on the CMU Board of Trustee and then the Dean Advisory Board, same thing with Berkeley, same thing with MIT and others. And then so in the way you try to, in some way I was really worried 10 years ago, and now semiconductor people see as a sunset industry. Even the professor tell the student, and they are the big influencer for the student. They tell them that semiconductor sunset, you don't go into semiconductor industry. So I had to change the perception of the professor and let them know that this is not sunset. We have a lot of innovation needed. And I even endow some chairs of the professorship and then make sure that they pay attention to the EDA, pay attention to semiconductor. And then meanwhile, we attract a lot of good talents to recruitment. And like last year alone, we hire 1,000 new graduates, and then we're going to do more every year because if it's a good talent and they come for internship, is the best place for them to tell the other student, Cadence is a cool company that you got to come and join. And so I think that ambassadorship, from some of this internship, and turned out to be very helpful. So I think Intel done a great job, Broadcom done a great job, and many of them in Malaysia and some of the Japanese companies have big operation in Malaysia. And then, I just encourage them to do more recruitment training. And then those are the future leader in the industry. And we just need to provide them the working experience that can be. And also, both of you have been very successful in the executive. I mean, you can doing a lot of mentorship, sometimes the younger student. I do that to my part. If I have time, I mentor some of the younger colleagues and then give them some advice. And I know both of you are doing a lot of that. And I think we need more of you to provide that leadership for the industry.
Thank you, Mr. Tan.
Libo, last question before the end. That's all the time we have for today. As you know, Malaysia has been in the semiconductor industry and electronics industry for nearly 50 years.
Yes.
However, we are not at par with countries like Korea, Japan, Taiwan, and China in the area of design development. And just now you show all the Cadence tools that you had. What advice do you have for Malaysia so that we can catch up, leapfrog, and be at least at par with the likes of Taiwan, China? In fact, China came out came on the semiconductor industry much later than us, but they are way ahead. Any advice for us?
Yeah, I think this is an important partnership between the industry and the government. I look at Japan, they have a MITI, and they are looking at the whole, I'm advisor to MITI, and so helping them to, look at some of the industry change, and then how can that be applied to Japan. Same thing in China, they came late, and then they set up this, the 10 years plan, and then they formed the Sino-IC Fund, the focus initially in manufacturing, now focus on the design. And then same thing in Korea, did the same thing. So I think it's a very important government and industry leader got to come together. And then, and in fact, even form international advisory board, and then get some idea from the overseas, and then because not everybody know everything. So you pick some of the area that you've decided to go in, then you sort out, the professor who are expert in the packaging side. Well, one area I really encourage Malaysia to do is the packaging. Packaging become really difficult and become the bottleneck. And then 2.5D, 3D, and then packaging, not just on the silicon side, even for the whole system. How do you packaging correctly, lower the power, and then it's a new technology. And there are some universities are really top notch on that. And that becomes the bottleneck right now. And then, so I think those are the area Malaysia had to think about. What is their 5-year, 10-year plan? What are the area that can extend what we are doing to really push into the advanced packaging, advanced testing, using AI, machine learning, and also some of the application, like for the medical is a very big thing for every country. And then how do we use some of this data? Malaysia definitely have a lot of data. How do we use that data to help our citizen to be more aware of the medical and preventive? I think those are my suggestion. Pick 2 or 3, don't do too many. Pick 2 or 3 that are really, really important for the country, and that you have something to offer, and then really kind of move up the food chain to become the leader in that space. And I think the industry need that.
Thank you very much for your advice, Libo.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Tan Libu, and our sincere appreciation, for the very enlightening advice and frank opinions that you have shared with us this morning. And on behalf of everyone here in Malaysia, we wish you continued success in everything that you do, Mr. Tan.
Thank you, and have a successful forum.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking a 5 minutes break in a moment. But before that, let's put our hands together virtually and take a moment to acknowledge all our sponsors for their support in making today's forum a reality. It is now 9:47, 9:48. So let's come back and join the forum at 9:55 a.m. I repeat, 9:55 a.m. So let's take a 5 minutes break now. See you in a bit.
We live in a world that continuously reinvents itself. A world with visionary ideas, inspiring concepts, and smart answers to key questions of our time. How can we preserve our environment? How will our mobility needs be met in the future? How will we communicate? And how can we protect our data? Microelectronics gives answers to these questions. They are the link between the digital and the real world. Semiconductors from Infineon enable technologies to achieve more and consume less, while being accessible to everyone. Our values capture this mission. Commitment, innovation, partnership, performance. We make life easier, safer, and greener for a better future. Infineon, part of your life, part of tomorrow.
The future. Some think of it as a time or place. At Celestica, we think of it as a journey. A journey where the goal is not to arrive at a destination, but to fulfill a promise. That promise? To unlock potential. It's a journey full of big ideas and bold actions that enable the world's best brands. It's a journey that Celestica is leading, side by side, with our customers. Together, we build trusted relationships and solve complex technology challenges. Together, we relentlessly pursue innovation as we deliver a better future. Together, we are showing the world what's possible when you think bigger, reach further.
Welcome back. Next up on our forum, we have the pleasure today to have a team of expert panelists from across the globe who will be sharing their views on a very interesting subject, the global semiconductor tech race. It is my pleasure to invite Dato Pang Ah Tong, former Deputy CEO of MIDA and currently Chairman of Malaysia Automotive Robotics and IoT Institute, or in short, MARI, to introduce our panelists, and Dato Pang will be our moderator for this very exciting session. Over to you, Dato Pang.
Dato Pang, you're muted.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, thank you, Dillion. Good morning, everyone. Welcome all of you to today's Malaysia National E&E Forum 2021, Feeling the Semiconductor Renaissance. My name is Pang, and I'm your moderator for panel discussion 1, the global semiconductor tech race. With me this morning are 4 experts in the E&E industry. That is Dr. Ramiro Palma, MD and partner of Boston Consulting Group, who is our speaker for the session, and 3 panelists, and they are Jimmy Goodrich, Vice President of Global Policy, Semiconductor Industry Association, Mr. Randy Abram, MD, Head of Taiwan Research and Asia Semiconductor, Credit Suisse, and Mr. Jiang Tao, Senior Expert, China Semiconductor Industry Association. The format for the session is the speaker, that is Dr. Ramiro Palma, will present for 20 to 30 minutes, followed by the panel discussion with the speaker and the 3 panelists. Each panelist will have their opening remarks for 7 minutes, and then followed by the Q&A. And at the end of the Q&A session, I will also ask the panelists to give a 1-minute takeaway notes for the audience. So before we start the session proper, let me introduce speaker, Dr. Ramiro Palma, who is the Managing Director and Partner of Boston Consulting Group. Dr. Ramiro Palma is the MD and Partner and co-member of the PCG, Technology, Media and Telecom practice based in Austin, Texas. Ramiro focuses primarily on the semiconductor industry and works along the entire value chain, including materials, equipment, design, and front-end, back-end manufacturing. Ramiro typically works at the intersection of engineering operations and product marketing, and has deep expertise in the structure and function of the global semiconductor supply chain. Ramiro received his PhD in chemical engineering with a focus in system engineering, control and optimization from the University of Texas at Austin, where he was an NSF fellow. Can I welcome Dr. Ramiro Palma to deliver his speech.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wong. That was the nicest introduction I've had in a while, so I appreciate you taking the time. Let me pull up the material here, and then we can get started. Great. So again, I wanted to thank all the organizers for the invitation to speak today, as well as the panelists who are joining, and all of you on the phone. It's a pleasure to be here. As Dato Pang mentioned, my name is Ramiro Palma. I'm a managing director and partner in BCG out of our Austin office. And today I want to share some perspectives on the current state of affairs in the world of semiconductors. Before jumping into that, though, for those who may not know BCG or may not kind of have seen kind of the breadth of the firm, I just wanted to start with a few facts. BCG is a world-leading management consultancy. We were founded in 1963. We have 90 offices in more than 50 countries. It's something like more than 20,000 employees, close to 9 billion in sales, et cetera. So we take we have a broad kind of range of coverage. What we're here to talk about today is obviously semiconductors, and BCG is a recognized thought leader. We've done a lot of work with the Semiconductor Industry Association and others to develop kind of industry-leading perspectives that are informing both policy and industry discussion. So the three things I'd like to get done today. First, I just want to provide an overview of the semiconductor value chain, how it's structured, the global nature therein, discuss some of the advantages and potential risks posed by that structure, and then share some perspectives on policy approaches that different governments are taking, as well as the implication of some of those. So starting off, semiconductors are ubiquitous. I've heard it said that the average person comes in contact with about 100 different devices in a given day that contain semiconductors, and at least from my personal experience, I would say that feels very true. This chart breaks out the consumption of semiconductors across industries. One thing to highlight: the semiconductors obviously constitute a range of different devices. We've got MEMS, discrete, analog, power devices, advanced processors, et cetera. And these devices, across, all of these devices effectively are needed across every industry. So in automotive, you need analog, power, RF, advanced logic, memory, et cetera. In every industry, the proportion changes slightly, but every industry really depends on the full suite of technologies that exist to make our world operate the way that it does today. Semiconductors are also critical to our future. So they don't just power the way that the world is, but they underwrite and power the way that the world will be. Lip-Bu hit on this a little bit earlier in terms of the various things that are happening in terms of future technologies. There's no, I think, single exhaustive list, but I think this list here, which is a set of kind of the most critical technologies as highlighted by government leaders in the US, I think kind of helps cover that breadth from AI to quantum computing, from robotics to biotechnology, from cybersecurity to advanced material sciences. Semiconductors and innovation in the semiconductor space is critical to shaping the way that the world's going to look in the future. And this, though, doesn't come for free. There's significant technological investments, as well as capital investments that are required to continue to push this ball forward, to be competitive in the space. This chart breaks out the level of R&D as well as the level of capital expenditures required in the semiconductor industry. On the top chart, we can see that the semi space typically across the value chain requires investment about 22% of R&D or of revenue in R&D. This is more than any kind of comparable industry. Similarly, there is about 26% of capital, revenues needs to be reinvested as capital. One interesting thing to point out here is the semiconductor industry is at the top of both R&D intensity as well as capital intensity, but there's no real overlap in terms of the companies that they are spending more than. So the level of reinvestment here is quite high. And this has led to a number of things to help kind of make this possible, to accommodate this. On the one hand, there are global R&D networks that are needed for basic pre-competitive research. There are specialized business models focused on different layers of the value chain. And I think one of the more important things that we'll discuss today is there is a tremendous amount of geographic specialization based on comparative advantage, as well as enabled by free trade. This chart shows some of that breakout. On the left-hand side, we see the semiconductor value chain by stage. In the center, we see the breakdown by region in terms of share across the value chain. A couple of things to call out: the US tends to be a leader in R&D intensive activities, whereas Asia tends to be a leader in capital intensive industries. But in totality, it really is a global market and requires global cooperation and collaboration to deliver finished end products. And this global supply chain has really created a tremendous amount of value, both for participants as well as for society at large. And to illustrate that, I want to kind of play out a hypothetical. Imagine that we had to reproduce the entire semiconductor value chain in each major region of the world. So this is, we have to have EDA and core IPs. We have to have all of the different, design capabilities. We have to have all of the different manufacturing equipment, all of the different materials, et cetera. The total upfront cost to do this would be around $1 billion. It would require ongoing incremental operating costs of somewhere between $45 and $125 billion per year. And on that would result in prices that were 35 to 65% higher. So this current structure, the way that the semiconductor value chain has evolved, is tremendously valuable for society, for the world, and for participants in the space. There are, however, no free lunches, so there are some drawbacks and some challenges, I think, that this also poses. One is just kind of a structural challenge between demand and supply. I think Lippo hit on this a little bit in terms of the semiconductor cycles, but on the demand side, it's generally difficult to predict demand. OEMs, as we've seen, often have poor visibility into the supply chain, and there is tremendous growth at the moment, driven by emerging use cases, 5G, electric vehicles, et cetera. And if some of the things we talked about earlier in terms of AI, in terms of quantum computing, et cetera, are to develop, this rapid growth is likely to continue. And matching that on the supply side is quite difficult because of the complexity of the global value chain. And there's a great degree of concentration, which we'll talk about. There's very long lead times, and new capacity takes a long time to bring online. So as a result, shortages are not uncommon. There've been, I think, 9 instances in the past 20 or so years. Double clicking into that point on specialization, there are a number of places in the value chain where there's a high degree of concentration. I think there's around 50 value chain points where the one region or one country has more than 65% of global share. And this creates risk. There's single points of failure in a world where climate change leads to increasing frequency of national disaster, or where the growing trade tensions could cut off or slow individual flows. This level of concentration is a risk that is kind of at the top of mind for policymakers. To illustrate that point, here we show the breakdown of front-end fab capacity by product type. So here you can see one area that we'll call out is the concentration of leading node logic capacity in Taiwan. This is a kind of a top of mind concern right now for policymakers. But this is an example of many other levels of concentration or points of failure in the supply chain. So what's happening as a result? What are policymakers doing? There are a wide range of different specific proposals and approaches, but you can kind of boil it down into 3 different approaches or ambitions of each strategy. So on the one hand, just starting at the bottom of the page, many countries, especially larger countries with domestic either design or OEM kind of industries, are looking to secure access to semiconductor supply. So they've kind of seen that there is risk associated with the current structure of the value chain. There's a lot of concentration. This has, I think, been catalyzed by the shortage, but trends were in this direction based on trade tensions. And there's a call to action to create domestic supply in many instances, or at a minimum to address the access to semiconductor supply. Moving up the page, another ambition shown by a number of countries is just using the semiconductor industry as a growth engine for economic growth. And this includes both new entrants who are looking to increase their participation as part of a broader push on digital and high tech, as well as folks who are looking to expand existing footprints. And then the last policy, and this is an area that I think the US and China help illustrate well, is just semiconductor policy as a point in overall kind of geopolitical competition. So I think that the current tensions between the U.S. and China are beyond supply assurance. It's really around kind of establishing national level competitiveness. So if we focus on supply assurance for a second, though, I think which is where the majority of policy is currently focused, there's several potential approaches, and I think the way that each of these plays out, it has a different impact on the world economy and different impact on the industry. Starting on the far left, and illustrating this just for the U.S., but this is just for the point of illustration. One approach to improving supply assurance is really just to focus on diversifying the geographic footprint. So we talked about how there's a lot of concentration in the industry. Small investments, targeted investments to stimulate domestic production could help to provide additional resiliency. I think would be a net positive for the global value chain, and would not be likely to lead to overcapacity or risks of kind of escalating tension there. As we move to the right, another policy goal that could be pursued is related to ensuring that there's minimum capacity for national security reasons. So here, we may choose, different countries may choose to ensure that specific important sectors, for example, defense and critical infrastructure, can be supplied domestically to ensure a certain amount of resilience. And again, this is a viable approach for countries who have national security concerns or are concerned about long-term disruptions. In the US, it requires around $50 billion to achieve this, potentially some kind of demand side levers in terms of rules of origin on which this could be purchased. It creates a small risk of overcapacity, but in general is still likely, not too dramatic. And then as we move to the right, there are other policies that they could be potentially pursued, which I think would be more potentially disruptive. One is just kind of working to ensure coverage of local OEM manufacturing. And then on the far right, a hard decoupling, which would be very costly, as we kind of discussed earlier, is another potential option or potential policy direction that folks might pursue. So the future's not written. How things will play out is still uncertain. But I think that there are some things that we can say, inarguably today, that some of the contours of how this will play out are taking shape. On the policy side, any of the policies currently being evaluated, whether it's the CHIPS Act or current policy directions in Europe, will take years to play out. Just the amount of time that it takes to shift, to add new capacity, to shift things in the value chain. Direct effects are probably 3 to 5 years out, with full implications in terms of full build-outs of capacity by the end of the decade. I think regardless of what policy directions are pursued, industry footprints will be more geographically diverse in the future. I think this is a net positive. So there will be more resiliency. There will be more places where we can get supply for advanced logic, for mature logic, for DRAM, for NAND, et cetera. And I would think that decoupling, at least as it looks now, is unlikely, but complexity on trade is going to grow. And therefore, there's going to be a lot of additional complexity associated with manufacturing networks and routing, with the, I think, US-China tensions as a major driver. And then on the technology side, I think in line with kind of some of the things that Lippo had said, I would expect that there will be increasing rewards for companies who either more closely couple design, manufacturing, and software, or for those who are kind of at the forefront innovating in areas like AI and quantum computing. But design will not be the only area. I would also anticipate that across a broader value chain, there will be a lot of innovation in manufacturing, which is kind of a given in pursuit of Moore's law, but also on material and packaging, which is an important, creates an opportunity for new players to create and capture value from end markets. So with that, I will hand it back to Dato, who can, I think, get us started with the panel.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Parma. A great presentation and also a great content. Before we have the Q&A session, I will invite the panelists to give their presentation. I will start off with Mr. Jimmy Goodrich, who is the Vice President of Global Policy, Semiconductor Industry Association. Jimmy Goodrich joined SIA in 2015 and is Vice President for Global Policy. In his role, Jimmy leads SIA Global Policy team and work to advance SIA international competitiveness, trade, supply chain, and China policy agenda. An expert in Chinese technology and innovation, Jimmy is a member of the Executive Committee for the Beijing-based United States Information Technology, representing SIA in his capacity. Jimmy has a bachelor degree in comparative politics and East Asia study from Ohio University. He is professionally fluent in Mandarin and served on the board of directors of the American Mandarin Society, which promote Mandarin language study for young Americans. So welcome, Mr. Jimmy Goodrich. Thank you.
You might be on mute, Jimmy.
Jimmy, you have to unmute.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
All right, excellent. Apologies. Again, thank you for the Malaysia Semiconductor Industry Association for this opportunity to speak this evening or this morning, your time during the day. And I see there's several hundred people, so it's quite exciting to be with this group of panelists. Many of them are friends, Randy, Ramiro, Tao Jiang, and others. And many of you are also new friends, so it's a pleasure again to be here. I'd like to just pick up on some of the points that Ramiro mentioned. In fact, he pointed out the Semiconductor Industry Association has done a number of joint studies that have analyzed different key policy topics facing the semiconductor industry. From the impact to decoupling, to the cost of manufacturing, to what it takes to keep our global supply chains up and running. So he's already covered a lot of that in-depth content. I'd like to dive a little bit more deeper into what's happening here in the United States and what are some of the policies that the SIA is promoting. Just briefly about SIA, we are the major semiconductor industry association based in the United States. Collectively, we represent 98% of the US semi industry. So all the US headquartered device manufacturing design firms, including Global Foundries, a foundry based in the US. And collectively, we represent our companies in Washington, DC, and capitals around the world to try and advance policies that promote a healthy semiconductor ecosystem. And as we all know, foundational to that is a global ecosystem. I think the data that Ramiro just showed points out that there's no one company or country that's able to vertically integrate within their own border or within their own firm semiconductor supply chains in totality. It takes amazing innovation from the Netherlands in terms of equipment, from Japan in terms of materials, Taiwan in terms of foundry and packaging, South Korea in terms of memory, United States in terms of research, development, design, and equipment. It takes this global ecosystem for companies to work together. So the challenge that we are all, of course, facing is that in a new geopolitical environment where tensions between nations are becoming more pronounced, governments around the world are thinking twice about the global efficiency of these supply chains and wanting to have more onshore to assure the resiliency and security of their supply chains. From the Semiconductor Industry Association perspective, of course, this is a goal that we support. However, it depends, and we think it's very important in terms of how governments actually seek to achieve that type of resiliency. And we also need to be realistic and honest in that some governments will have an ability to shape things to a greater extent than other governments will, due to their size of their economy, the size of their industry, and then the size of demand that they can pull in terms of end device sales for semiconductors. So in terms of the United States, of course, I think we've all been reading about the CHIPS Act. This is a bill that was passed by the US Senate earlier this year on a bipartisan basis. There's resounding support between both parties, the Republicans and Democrats, to make US supply chains more resilient. In fact, after COVID-19, most Americans were a bit stunned to find out that basic goods like medical devices and personal protective equipment, they were not able to source on time or in the quantity that they needed to help fight the pandemic here in the US as it was raging all last year. So this has reminded policymakers that for some strategic goods, not all, it is critical to have a viable onshore manufacturing capability. And this led to the CHIPS Act. And just can briefly summarize some of the key points that are in it, and also then talk about SIA's role in the formation of this bill, and then how we see the CHIPS Act interacting with a global semiconductor supply chain. So first, as Ramiro mentioned, the US is pursuing a program of $52 billion. This would include around $40 billion in grants to help establish onshore semiconductor manufacturing facilities in the United States. As Ramiro pointed out, the US is severely lacking in terms of advanced node logic foundry capacity. And as US companies are driving most of that demand on the design side, I think there's a sense by policymakers that there's a good fit for more onshore leading edge foundries. And we've seen interest from TSMC, Samsung, and Intel, who've all have announced $10 or $20 billion investments to build more onshore leading edge foundry capacity in the United States. Other areas might include advanced semiconductor packaging, giving cost of labor is going down due to the technology intensity going up. And then also due to the chip shortage, there is a huge focus on trailing edge nodes. However, I admit that is more complicated given lower profit margins and a significant increase of capacity that's projected to come online over the next couple of years that make investments in that space challenging for any industrialized Western nation like the United States or Europe. In addition, there's also about $10 billion allocated for semiconductor research and development, including the establishment of a national semiconductor technology center that would be similar to something like IMEC in Belgium that I think many of you are familiar with. And there's a sense that this will help transition ideas from the lab, where the US is very strong in terms of basic research design being conducted in our universities and national labs and research institutes, but they lack a prototyping facility that allows them ideas to be scaled on the manufacturing floor. And so this is the concept behind the National Semiconductor Technology Center. As of right now, the bill, it sounds really good. It's a big number, and the US industry is very excited about it. We've been supporting this bill from its inception. We've been promoting it here in Washington, D.C., but it is still not yet funded. And that requires the House. Remember, there's two sides. There's the US Senate and the House. Both the House and the Senate have to pass the bill, and the House has not yet. There's a lot of political priorities here in Washington right now, from funding the government to infrastructure to other items. But our hope is that before the end of this year, the US House will pass this bill and it'll be sent to President Biden for him to sign this into law. There's a number of other items in addition to the CHIPS Act. Of course, Washington is very focused on the chip shortage. This has impacted auto companies in the United States and other places around the world. And the US government is trying to come up with a solution to help alleviate the pressure, some of which are helpful, like convening stakeholders for discussion. Some of them, frankly, are not as helpful as they could be in terms of potentially mandating information from chip suppliers to go to the US government. This is something that, of course, that's very challenging for the semiconductor industry, not just in the US, but worldwide. Finally, of course, one big issue impacting our industry is trade disruptions. And our semiconductors, of course, have been subject to tariffs from the US as they pertain to imports from China. Tensions between the US and China have not eased up, even though the Biden administration has come into play now for 10 months. But we're hopeful that over time, maybe we'll see more predictability and more clear rules of the road so that companies in China, companies in the United States and around the world can navigate some of these increasing geopolitical tensions, particularly as they relate to export control policy. And of course, the big elephant in the room is Huawei. So those are just some of the key topics that I wanted to throw out there for discussion. What's happening in Washington, a focus on domestic manufacturing, somehow the chip shortage and also export control issues are impacting our global industry. So back Back to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, Jimmy, for your presentation on the insight on the US perspective, especially on how US is also investing in the E&E industry, and also the geopolitical issue, the challenges that is being expected between US and China. I would also like to introduce the second panelist, and that is Randy Abrams, who is a Managing Director, Head of Taiwan Research and Asia Semiconductor from Credit Suisse. Randy Abrams covered the Asian semiconductor sector for Credit Suisse, with coverage focusing on the Asian foundries, back-end test and packaging, and IC design sector. In previous role, Abrams covered the US semiconductor and wireless equipment sector from Credit Suisse. Prior to Credit Suisse, he was employed with Lucent Technology in his financial leadership development program, with assignment in microelectronics, switching, and access and wireless network. Randy, please.
Okay, great. Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you for having me on. And it's also good to be on with some of the panelists. I was on with Jimmy Goodrich discussing a similar topic about a year ago, where we were just starting to get into this state of shortage and very strong industry cycle. But good to be on with everyone. So I covered the semiconductor group, also head up Taiwan research for Credit Suisse, and have covered both US tech sector and also out of Taiwan. So I'll go through a few messages. If we start with on this summary slide, a few points I want to raise. One, and it talks a bit more on the onshoring and some of what Jimmy just spoke about. Governments are getting involved, and I think really two prongs to that. One, the extended period of tight capacity, a number of the disruptions in the supply chain, and the geopolitical conflicts. But I do also think a rising appreciation of semi's value. Now, a few points on this onshoring. One is it's going to be quite expensive to shift the balance, and also quite expensive, especially on advanced nodes. It'll require a huge amount of CapEx to oversupply the industry. But a number of fab plans are underway, and we expect some pretty aggressive logic CapEx coming through the next couple of years. The other factor, looking at the mature nodes, which has played out as one of the bottlenecks, especially in some of the areas like automotive. But we'd also point out on this front, a lot of fabs are underway and in planning. And our view by 2023, really, we should have enough capacity. Now, I'll switch gears and just speak on the localization, which I think the follow-on speaker will get even more detail, what China's doing, and also in Malaysia, the opportunities, where we see potential really to leverage, I think what Lip-Bu discussed, the packaging and SIP integration, and also the emerging local ecosystem for equipment and potential to look into IC design. So I'll flash through some slides. I'll try to go quick. We can always come back in Q&A. But I think this key one, it gives 25-year perspective on semi cycles for the foundry utilization. And really what jumps off, this is longer, stronger cycle than we've really seen. I think we'd have to go back to 99, 2000. And even this one playing out longer duration, where that cycle really did see a fade of the Y2K .com telecom bubble. This cycle, you're seeing a more sustainable, especially from the cloud, where there's strong revenue growth supporting the CapEx and spend. But if I look what's adding and what's helping create additional shortages, really it gets into a significant amount of supply chain disruptions, and not even just COVID, but we've had just recently the China power restrictions, We had the Southeast Asia COVID epidemic and a number of unfortunate accidents, fire, bad weather, but that's made it a lot worse. And what it has signaled, both from tight capacity, shortages, longer logistics time, we've seen it for semi-inflation. And that's also where you're getting governments and policymakers wanting to get involved, where they're seeing inflation of pricing and tightness. Now, I would say real time, we are seeing, I'd say, probably peak of intensity now. Our expectation, the price moves start to moderate and already have in some areas exiting this year. And our take, we will, as we go through 2022, start easing up on some of the constraints. I'll go through it on capacity side. Now, one, it gets back to on advanced technology. It is requiring a huge amount of CapEx to drive oversupply and really catch up to some of the demand. I go back, this is a chart of TSMC and it's real numbers. Their CapEx before 2010, relatively modest amount of capacity, but this set up the cycles. They could add double-digit capacity with the big CapEx. The issue now, the company's capacity scale double what it was a decade ago, cost to add capacity on the advanced node 4 to 5x what it was 10 to 15 years ago. So what you're looking at is a substantial increase just to grow the capacity base. And that gets back, I put the quote, Mark Liu, TSMC's chairman in time, beginning of this month, and his indication 100, and the more he looks at it, it's not going to be enough. And the key factor for that, their capacity additions with all the CapEx have been relatively mild. I think you will see them step up. Now, from a onshoring, the one trend back to US, Japan, Europe is really the here and now, where the equipment is still coming through in fabs, Korea, Taiwan, China. So in a way, we're going to see some of that balancing out, but you ought to counteract the trend of what's getting announced and what's coming through. I show it back to advanced capacity. For Intel, their initial amount they laid in $20 billion to start effort into foundry. If they did that on 5 nanometer, that would get them at most about 70,000 wafer capacity. The factor back to this, TSMC expecting to spend, Samsung had their foundry forum, they're also ramping up, is Intel will only be about percent of the advanced capacity for foundry looking out a few years. So it's quite a lot of dollars to move the needle, especially on nodes. If I turn to mature nodes, I think the one key, which is allowing investment to come through, finally, after 20 years, price higher price. And so for UMC, profitability now makes it acceptable for them to invest in. We're seeing that come through. These are the fabs we track, mature nodes. I'd say the good sign is, at least in terms of alleviating shortages, we're getting from these announced fabs as they ramp up, at least high single digit from supply growth. And then so when I look at the industry, advanced fabs from all this bigger CapEx, we're starting to get double digit capacity growth these next few years. Mature fabs split. This includes China. China already has capacity stripped out by 2023. That's the year we expect capacity to finally better meet up with demand. And I show that when the SIA puts up a good long-term trend on this. We've seen about 8.5% trend line post-financial crisis. Really have re-accelerated a bit. What we kind of say, we don't believe we're kind of over with this cycle. We've kind of re-accelerated back to trend line in a period of good demand. Now in this upcoming period, especially with supply chain wanting to carry more inventory and still some drivers, we do see over the next couple of years still good unit growth. Now carried to supply chain, and some of this we'll get back to in Q&A. This is some of the work SIA and BCG have done where it looks at the value chain. And when we start to look at, since we're on the Malaysia forum, some of the opportunities, some of these areas where there is good capability already here, I'd say supporting the R&D intensive, where you have a lot of the global centers here. Potential, I'd say, to look at, are there potential for spin-outs, new design companies. But the other area would be on the package and test. Now, quickly to replicate, if we look at supply chain, have built out a very extensive supply chain. Really, the success prior to that hardware downstream assembly, but now putting a lot more focus on the semis, fabless, foundry, and when we look at China's progress is, we expect over the next decade closing some of the gap to kind of trying to get better self-sufficiency, equipment, materials, and then also some of the advanced chips. I'd say at this stage, with the restrictions still going through to a lesser extent Samsung for some of the emerging companies areas. So, and if I progress there, though, I see the through investment. It has been steady. Not about Huawei, mid-20s. It takes it down to about 17%, but it has still been steadier. Foundry had one area, really, I'd say because of that leading investment for TSMC and lesser extent Samsung. Foundry share has actually been more stable over the past decade. To ASEAN Tech, my colleague Danny Chan covers some of the supply chain here and put together a related map showing where Malaysia has the strength. And we see it's on EMS assembly, hardware components, and actually emerging of semi-equipment companies, which are growing up with the local community, especially on back-end package and test. And so from market cap listing, Malaysia is actually leading within ASEAN, but then we can see the split in EMS, OSAT, that really the main. Now, where it turns to opportunities, one thing is supply already here in a big way. So Malaysia has a good position as a global supplier. I'd say to continue to leverage global companies looking at the area to invest, but also continuing to build up ecosystem, which in this way, already a lot of money going into fashion. Our take really at the merger, EMS packaging, where if I look at the direction, there really is a lot of value to go in integrating systems and package on some of the multi-chips. And one added plus, which I skimmed over, Intel building out fabs. They've kind of indicated Europe. A lot of the package and tests, and they do have a good site in Malaysia. So as they focus on advanced packaging, this could be one more hub. I think the last piece, just since I take a financial perspective, capital markets have been sort of, it's complicated, but just look at the PE multiples for the Malaysia tech versus global peers. And these have sustained years. The good emerging companies, good technology, and cost structure capability have been awarded a good multiple. I think from that perspective, there is good capital market support to help invest in the chain. So we can always come back to the messages and we can continue on with the panel.
Thank you, Randy, for your insight into the global perspective of the semicon industry, as well as some insight as well into Malaysia, where the opportunities are. I'm sure there will be many questions afterwards. I'll leave the Q&A session later. I would like to introduce our last panelist, that is Mr. Jiang Tao, Senior Expert, China Semiconductor Industry Association. Mr. Jiang Tao obtained a bachelor's degree from Zhejiang University and a master degree from Beijing Institute of Technology. And he has been with the industry for 27 years, engaged in semiconductor integrated circuit manufacturing and planning in East China Optoelectronics Integrated Circuit Research Institute, as well as Huawei Technology. Mr. Jiang Tao.
Okay, I'm here. Yeah. Firstly, I want to thanks to the Malaysia
MSIA Semiconductor Association, to give me this opportunity to share share the status of the China semiconductor industry. Today, I will introduce the introduce of the China industry, include the China semiconductor market and the status of the China semiconductor industry. Also, we hope to cooperate with the global semiconductor industry, and we want to make China do a contribution to the global industry. Okay. Now, firstly, I want to introduce the status of the China semiconductor. In the fourth stack of the semiconductor industry, China have covered all area of this industry. From in the production area, we have equipment, materials, EDA tools, and IP. Also, we have wafer fabrication, assembly and test, and chip design. This is the area of the production. Also, China have a big semiconductor market. China is named the world factory. China have produced all kind of, maybe many kind of the equipment, include the consumer, communication, computing, and manufacturing equipment. The demand for the semiconductor components is very large. But China, we have maybe for covered the industry, but in every segment of the semiconductor industry, we are from the technical and the revenue capability. China is weak. As the statistics of the MSIA and the BCG, China have over 20% of the market share, but China only can provide 9% of the semiconductor market share. So China has a lot of room for the semiconductor industry. But China's have many in semiconductor industry. China have many shortcomings, especially in the advanced process technology. Also, China's semiconductor industry, in the equipment and the material and other basic technology area, China is very weak, especially in the SME and material and design tools. So China have a big semiconductor market, but the capability of China semiconductor industry can't satisfy the demand of the application. So we hope to do our best to cooperate with the global industry and to do our contribution to the world. In the future, China's semiconductor market will grow continuously. But in the China semiconductor industry also will improve. But now we estimated that China's market growth, the speed of China's market growth will be fast than the production capability of the semiconductor industry. Because there's many factors that will promote the continuous growth of the Chinese market. The mobile internet device corresponded by portable mobile smartphone and the 5G smartphones will continue to maintain rapid growth. Data center construction will continue to accelerate new energy, continues to accelerate and the new energy vehicle, industry control and network communication will also continue to grow. In addition, the informationization, construction of the medical education and other industry will also grow fast, and the demand by the and have a large amount of demand for the semiconductor device components. Okay, so China's in the future, China still have a huge marketing demands. Yeah, this is the contribution for the China to the global semiconductor industry. Yeah. And last, we want to say, we hope to stress international cooperation and form an efficient and a safe global semiconductor industry chain. Yeah, because semiconductor is a highly complex product design and manufacture. No other industry has the same high level of investment in both R&D and the capital expenditure. The need for deep technical know-how and scale has resulted in a highly specialized global supply chain, in which regions perform different roles according to their comparatively advantage. The global structure of the semiconductor supply chain developed over past 3 decades have enabled the industry to deliver continuous leaps in cost saving and performance enhancement that ultimately made possible the explosion in the industry, technology, and digital service. Yeah. At the end, I will summarize some key points. The first one is China has a big semiconductor market size. Yeah. It's good for the whole world. Yeah. Meantime, China's capability, its own capability, is weak. And although China is the developer of the semiconductor industry, but in a long run, China have difficult to satisfy its own demand. So, yeah, now China import large amount of ICs every year. Yeah, I think so. In the future, China will still need the world, yeah, to give our help to provide good products. Yeah. The second is we want to cooperate with the world. Now China have industry policies and fund to encourage the semiconductor industry, no matter it's China company or a foreign company. Yeah, it's some. So we want to cooperate with the world and give a contribution to the world. Okay, it's my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Jiang Tao, for your enlightening presentation on China semicon industry, especially by providing us with the current status of the industry, as well as the strategies and challenges been faced by China in pursuing the development of the semicon industry. We have come to the end of the presentation of the panelists as well as the speaker. Now we'll go into the Q&A session. I think we have about 20 to 25 minutes, and this where the important part is. We will get to hear the response from the speaker as well as the panelists. Question will be asked by the audience, but to start with, perhaps I will ask the first question. The topic is on race of the question of today's discussion is the global semiconductor tech race, and the speaker as well as the panelists presentation, it was highlighted that a lot of money are going to be spent over the next few years on the investment in fabs, especially. Like for example, TSMC, over 3 years period, they're going to spend 100 billion. Samsung on 17 billion on the new fab. Intel 20 billions on 2 fabs. And China overall to promote high-tech industry, 1.4 trillion, perhaps 200 to 300 billion will be on semiconductor. And Randy just mentioned another 52 billion is coming from USA. So there's so much money, going to be spent on development of semicon industry in the world due to the current shortage. I'm just wondering, when all these fabs are up and so much money have been spent, what do you think of the landscape in terms of capacity? Will there be an excess? My question will be directed to Ramiro. What would be your response, in as far as this race to the top in the semiconductor by so many countries involved, including the companies themselves. Not just the company. This time you find that the government are also committed to spending this kind of money.
Yeah, so based on the programs that have currently been announced and I think discussed, I wouldn't have immediate concerns about overcapacity across the board. I think that the numbers are large, but the amount of capital required to build semiconductor facilities is quite large, and it will be deployed over a fairly long period in time. My expectation is that players in the space will be rational and won't overbuild. So that would be kind of my expectation. Yeah, I mean, you might see imbalances in specific areas, right? Too much capacity here or there, but I think that's as much likely to be a function of changes in demand patterns as it is to be government subsidies. So I'll hand it off to the panelists if anyone else wants to jump in.
I'll follow up with a couple points. I think the risk of oversupply, it's more overconfidence on demand over the next 1 year, because a lot of the ultimate tools that get put in are for the next year. And so a lot of these fabs, like if we look at SMIC, they have really the option to build out 100K fabs, Beijing, Shanghai, another 40K in Shenzhen. But what you typically see is, and really what they can handle on the balance sheet, is what they expect the demand to be over the next year or two. So a lot of these fabs, even if you're given the check from the government, get billed out really to the customers you have in the orders. So I think the risk, and what blew up the 2000 cycle was extrapolating off of 2000 another few strong years. The risk would be now we look at it and the demand curve where to fall short. A lot of this high performance computing AI, 5G looks promising, but if it were to fall short, and typically when supply is tight and you're coming off strong years, customers can be aggressive with forward forecasts. So I think that's more the risk, because the government allows you to build out the shell, but really the tool installment is what demand you see over the next year. And to now, I think does look good, but that's probably where the risk comes in.
I can add maybe just a few more points. I mean, overall, those numbers sound big when you hear TSMC or Samsung or Intel announce their CapEx, but those are, remember, multi-year forecasts. So if you actually extrapolate industry spending on an annual basis, we're probably going to spend perhaps close to $1 trillion over the next decade on semiconductor capital expenditures, on fab expansion capacity. And there's a lot of different activity. There's memory CapEx, there's logic, there's analog. I think that's basically because we're in a growing industry. We're forecasted to grow at about 5% CAGR through the end of 2030. And so capacity has to be added somewhere. Right now, there's a big push on mature nodes, but leading edge as well is expanding as well. And if you look at some of the equipment companies they're talking about in the short term, I think they're going to be shipping more tools in terms of growth to trailing edge than to leading edge. That's where the growth is right now. But that's not going to be, I think I agree with Randy, and not necessarily a permanent phenomenon as we see some of that new capacity coming online. But where you might see, I think one challenge is, if governments go beyond sort of your traditional grant, if they go beyond providing the shell and some free land, if they start becoming the owner of the firm and the governments are making capacity allocation decisions, not the private sector firms. That's where I think you might run into some risks. The good news is I don't think we've seen that model outside East Asia really emerge. I don't think Europe is talking about that. The United States is certainly not talking about that. But that would be a warning sign that I would look to is, how active are these governments in the decision making? Ultimately, right now, I think it was, one of the CEOs who recently just said they're confident there's not going to be oversupply because you, at the end of the day, have private sector entrepreneurs that have to read the market, that are undertaking risks, that are making these decisions. And they've made good decisions before.
Okay, yeah. In China, we also, yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear. It's okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. In China, we also face the chip shortage. Yeah. Now, in China, now we have progress of the semiconductor foundation, but China has many design house, and most of the chips were manufactured overseas in TSMC, yeah, in the Gulf Foundry, yeah. But China has many design house, and the demand for the manufacture is huge, and some of the in this area, in this time, because the chip shortage, yeah, some design house find that their chip can't be manufactured, or the time is too long. So some design house want to manufacture the chips in China, but China's manufacturing capability is not enough. So it's I think it's difficult. It's difficult in China now. Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Chiang Tao, there's one question from the audience. It says, are there any plan for China to invest in semiconductor design house startup in Malaysia to fulfill China's demand?
Yeah, I think it's possible. It's possible. Yeah, I think low barriers. Yeah. China have many design house and growing fast. Still many many areas. Manufacturing design house design, IC design is come many areas. Yeah. So I think that Malaysia is growing fast, and there must have opportunity for the China design house. Yeah. We will encourage, we want to introduce MSIA to them and help them to go to MSIA.
Great, yeah. Randy, there was a question. "20 years. Now, how different is this one in terms of its intensity, coming from the shortish point of view?"
Okay, hey, can you speak the question? I think I cut out at the very beginning on the intensity. Could
Okay.
You...
Yeah. I mean, this is the shortage issue, which was highlighted that it is uncommon. You know, there were 9 instances documented in the last 20 years. So how different is this one in terms of its intensity?
Yeah, I think this shortage we haven't seen since 2000. Now, 2000, at that time I was covering telecom equipment. I recall first half 2000, new companies going IPO trying to get equipment out the door. It's the same issue of not being able to ship product because of constraints on other ICs. And you do the same thing, supply chain getting stretched. But I think the difference this time is really duration, where by the time we got into second 2000, one was the supply response. Companies added about from a lower 70-80% to their supply base in 2000. This year, we're only adding about high single digits. So from a smaller scale, actually, the response much better. The other factor at that time, inventory was still sitting all over my supply chain. Past 20 years, has been a different trend where companies manage more of the inventory. Most of the hardware makers not carrying that much product. So I'd say the first time in 20 years now, everyone in supply chain is trying to think, okay, just in time is not enough, and to try to build back up inventory. So that factor, plus the factor that on top of COVID, coming out of COVID with government support, stimulus, you also have ongoing 4G to 5G hyperscale picking up, which has extended duration. So I'd say I do think even against 20 years ago, prospects for it to be longer. Now, one thing in the very near term, which I think all of you guys are seeing in Malaysia, with the strong progress on vaccination, we do think some of these very acute bottlenecks that came up the last few months within 1 to 2 quarters will come off and alleviate. And because we've already seen the foundries prioritize things like automotive, now that we get the package and test back up, the other thing we'll go through is come off the peak season for the builds. So our expectation during the low season, supply chain will use that time to heal and catch up. So our take, we come off the most acute, we'll still be tight, but we're probably getting through the period of the worst constraints right now as we speak, with a bit better supply availability coming through, really as this COVID vaccination rates come up.
Thank you. Ramiro, there's one question for you here. Do you see the risk of a dual semiconductor ecosystem out in the future due to the US-China trade war? What could be the ramification?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think that there will be kind of growing independence. My expectation is that China will kind of develop domestic capacity to do basically everything across the value chain. I think there's investment there in terms of building domestic EDA players and building domestic design capabilities alongside the capacity investments. In terms of, I guess, characterizing it as a risk, talks about maybe the negatives. I think that to the extent that China remains, kind of an open market, both for foreign players as well as, kind of exporting, I think that it's only a net positive that they build up kind of their domestic capability. So I think time will tell in terms of how policy plays out. If the markets are shut off to the rest of the world and it's really a China for China sort of thing, I think that's probably net bad in terms of the health of the overall industry. But if markets remain open, I think it's probably net positive. I don't know, Jimmy or Randy or Tao, if you have anything to add.
Yeah, I would add, I think what we've seen with US, China, a lot of companies so far are trying to maintain the position to access both supply chains. Now that would include US equipment, EDA, where to the extent they're not restricted by government, they still want to keep the open market. And that's really continued aside from what I'd say is also, we saw the Huawei restriction, but it looks like the restrictions, we haven't seen the same intensity of additional restrictions. So that's allowed kind of traditional parts, suppliers to still supply. We're actually in Taiwan, they're also trying to keep that balance. So for the Taiwan foundry supply, especially advanced capacity where they can to enable the emerging design companies doing like CPU, GPU, FPGA. So they're also trying. So far, while there's been restrictions, and it looks like for now, it looks like a cap on, say, EUV and the most advanced technology in China. For the most part, we've seen that complete split. The other trend, though, I'd say is China has made progress. The localization, we're able to supply the demand. A number of categories, analog, microcontroller, RF, building up capabilities, so they are growing. And I think their approach will be start with China, but also where China exports hardware to emerging markets. There's a second channel for that. So right now, I'd say we aren't seeing a complete split. I think restrictions on the very advanced has caused a bit of a limitation right now for China, but most of the supply chain is still trying to supply globally and hasn't been restricted from that.
I have a question for all of you in respect to Malaysia in attracting semicon industry. Given this large capex on semicon investment globally, where do you see Malaysia strength is, in attracting some of this investment or business to be done here in Malaysia? And what do you think, about our current government's policy or incentives that will be able to convince, some of these investors to put in more money into Malaysia?
I'm happy to take a crack at that first. I know others might want to add in a few thoughts as well. I mean, I think overall, as the panelists have already said, Malaysia is an important player in the electronics industry, particularly as it relates to ODM and OEM manufacturing. And in the semiconductor space, we see a lot of growth as well. A lot of multinational companies have made Malaysia, particularly around Penang, their destination for semiconductor assembly tests. Some of it's quite advanced in terms of new advanced 3D packaging technologies that have come into Malaysia. And, given the close proximity to other parts of Asia, Thailand, Singapore, Vietnam, all have strong industries. I think there's a lot of synergies between those economies. For example, there's a heavy amount of semiconductor equipment manufacturing that happens in Singapore, but a lot of the the upstream supply parts and components come from vendors increasingly from Malaysia who are very competitive. So there's a lot of areas where I think Malaysia can continue to capitalize on that. I think clearly the areas to invest, are assembly, test, and packaging. It's a growing market. And a lot of firms who are seeking to diversify their supply chains, potentially out of China. There's an opportunity to look to Malaysia where costs can be lower. And then potentially as well in equipment, particularly for assembly, test, and packaging, given so much of it happens in Malaysia already. I think there's an opportunity to specialize upstream in the supply chain around packaging substrates, equipment, and materials. Those are just some thoughts that I have. I think, overall, we've heard that for our companies that are in Malaysia across different development zones, very positive experience so far.
Randy?
Yeah, I think what I would add, I would say really put the emphasis on developing space, like Penang's gotten very tight on space. So continue to expand out the site, attract locations for companies to come in, make it so very easy for land and development and sites to invest roofed. We are seeing part of the partial bifurcation, but there is a bit of we're serving export markets. If tariffs become more permanent, there is some into Europe, U.S. market to be manufacturing. So that can come in two areas. There's strengths that say it doesn't have to be all assembly, but some of the higher value components. So I would say some of the subcomponents where so far you could say like it's a bit of competition with markets like India, Vietnam, but Malaysia could have a place for that. Where you have more of the value chain. So that's one area on some of the higher value components. But I'd also echo what Jimmy said. I think equipment, where there's a growing ecosystem, system and package, which can integrate the assembly and back-end capability, where there's value moving in that direction. And I'd say the other is for the global suppliers like an Intel to really focus on Malaysia for the advanced packaging. They're putting a lot of effort in that. But as the world moves to these high performance computing chips or IoT wearables, there's more value there.
What about from Ramiro?
Yeah, I think probably nothing to add on top of what Jimmy and Randy said. I think just to emphasize the point, I think I'm personally very excited about what's going to happen in advanced packaging just in a vacuum. So I think that's a really great opportunity and an area for Malaysia just to kind of build on strengths. Advanced packaging is going to be significantly more value creating than traditional packaging. So I think that's kind of a great place. And then, I mean, to Randy and Jimmy's point, the immediate adjacencies in terms of equipment and high value components, I think help form the nexus of a good kind of industrial cluster, and that would be my thought.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Jimmy, we have a question.
Okay.
Mr. Sorry.
Okay.
Mr. Janta, we want to say something?
Okay. Yeah. I want to express my point. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt you.
Okay. Then we have another question from the floor, to Mr. Jimmy. What are the chances of U.S. CHIPS Act to get passed in the U.S. Congress, given the immediate conversation is on the debt ceiling? Should the investment be bigger?
It's a great question, one that we're very focused on. Obviously, we think the number could be bigger, we should be bigger, but we're also being practical and realistic. I think the chances of the CHIPS Act being passed by the end of this year are very high. I don't want to give a percentage, but it does look like that by the end of this year, the CHIPS Act will be passed. In terms of, the investment amount, I think the view from the US semiconductor industry from global players is that, the goal the US is trying to do is level the playing field. Many other countries like South Korea, Taiwan provide significant incentives for domestic chip manufacturing. The US does not. So as a result, building and operating a 300 millimeter fab in the US compared to China is going to be significantly more expensive. And so really that's what the goal of the CHIPS Act is to do, is to make it cost competitive. However, one thing we're also advocating for beyond the CHIPS Act, so after the CHIPS Act is hopefully passed, is an investment tax credit that would be fully refundable, so that for every $1 of capital expenditures made by semiconductor companies in the United States, they would get 25 cents on the dollar back from their investments. Taiwan, South Korea, and Japan have had very similar investment tax credits in the past, and we think this would be an important step to make the US truly competitive. The grants are a good start. They help to revitalize US manufacturing, but to make it sustainable, we think that investment tax credit would also be helpful.
Thank you. Thank you. We have one more last question here with regards to Malaysia, again on the semiconductor industry, as highlighted by all of you. The strength lies in the back-end manufacturing of the semicon industry, where packaging, testing are the major strength of Malaysia. We have been talking about how to build the front end, including fab business. What does it take actually, for Malaysia to encourage fabs to be built in Malaysia? Given that we have been in this industry for more than 40 years, and we are not seeing the pure foundry, with the exception of Cetera, which is now also with Chinese, participation. It's more of the IDM. And what does it take actually to build fabs in Malaysia, given the ecosystem that we have built? Ramiru?
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize that was directed at me. Yeah, I think so. It's an interesting question. I think there's probably two things that are important, right? I think one is just from a cost competitive perspective, given that the majority of the cost for front end manufacturing is capital, to be cost competitive, you have to have some level of incentives that would bring cost in line with kind of other countries to be competitive. So probably something like, I think 25% of TCO, if I remember from the work we've done with the SIA. I think the other thing that would be important too is finding a way to build sort of a minimum scale. So I think that building a single fab, likely would not end up having kind of good economics. So I think that there's a need to be able to attract, enough interest either from one manufacturer, from several, to kind of invest and build some sort of minimum scale on probably 5 or 6 fabs total. So yeah.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Now, before we end, we'll have a 1 minute takeaway from each of you. Perhaps you can just give us the highlights of your presentation. 1 minute. Start off is from Mr. Ramiru.
Well, thank you. So I think if you could take away anything from the discussion, I would say that the global structure of the value chain has been incredibly accretive to all of the participants. It's important that as the industry moves forward, that we don't lose sight of that. But there are vulnerabilities, and to the extent that government policy helps to address these vulnerabilities and create resiliency, it's a win-win for both the global economy, the specific industry participants, and then folks who downstream rely on semiconductors to make their products.
Thank you. Randy?
Yes, I think to take away, the one is now coming out of pandemic, the reality governments will get involved. It does go back to it will be quite expensive to shift the balance, but we do see that happening. And if I look at the key players, I think some of the direction we're seeing and will be key is attract the global players. For TSMC, we'll see really Japan, Europe, and I expect also the US fab to accelerate. At the same time, they've also announced more capacity in Nanjing. So I think the reality for the government is to level the playing field to make it economical, because some of that shift will be happening. Now, I think the other takeaway from an industry cycle, even without government, our expectation really the companies in the industry are getting the profitability and pricing to invest. So our take is by end of 2022 into 23, we do think both advanced node, mature node, there will be enough supply coming on. And then I kind of come back just for Malaysia. I think that opportunity really leverage both the global players continue to track more business from them already with operations. and then build up the ecosystem of support within that. Packaging, SIP, and if any teams could spin off, I'd say look at the IC design. But to go after fab with so much already in the ground, and now US, Europe, to a lesser extent Japan getting involved, a tougher approach to really build up that scale. So I think there's other opportunities that are bigger.
Thank you. Thank you, Randy. Jimmy?
I think, one, there's a lot of activity. Obviously, geopolitics is a new factor that's driving significant industry developments. However, at the end of the day, global economics and supply chains are still going to be important. Companies are still going to be able to access markets. They're still going to have to rely on their supply chain partners from around the world. And I guess my takeaway is that there's no one company or country that's going to be able to do all of this on their own, despite the investments that are being made. And we're going to have to work together with Malaysia, with China, with Europe, other parts of the supply chain to make this all work.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chang Tao?
Okay, yeah. The world needs a strong and stable and healthy semiconductor supply chain. Yeah, all the countries, yeah, China, the US, Malaysia, Europe, Japan, we should cooperate closely. And in this process, we shall avoid the dispute, and we cooperate each other, help each other, and to reach the goal. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much to all the panelists and speakers for sparing your precious time to share your experience with us, the organizers, especially Datuk Sri Wong Siew Hai, is very appreciative of your time. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll pass it back to Dillion.
Okay, thank you, Dato Pang. We will now be taking another short break, and you definitely do not want to miss out on our next very interesting discussion topic. Can Malaysia reinvent itself into a global E&E design and development center? It is now 11:26. We will take another short break and we will come back in 5 minutes time. See you shortly.
In 10 years from now, what would the future look like? Artificial intelligence and automation has become integral in every part of life. It has opened the door to endless possibilities and changed the face of manufacturing forever. As one of the world's leading automation solution providers in factory automation, we bring the future of automation to you. Great Tech specializes in providing top-of-the-line, standard, and customized factory automation solutions that increase production speed, eliminate human errors, and enhance productivity. From design to delivery, including procurement of materials, Great Tech offers a complete service. In Penang, Malaysia, our clients gain a competitive edge from our one-stop service. Equipped with state-of-the-art machinery that runs rigorous processes with high speed and high precision, our solutions give you the impetus to stay one step ahead of your competition. Working closely with you from process to process is our team of dedicated business unit who are fully committed to ensuring your success every step of the way. As one of the world's leading automation solution providers in factory automation, we bring the future of automation to you. Great Tech specializes in providing top-of-the-line, standard, and customized factory automation solutions that increase production speed, eliminate human errors, and enhance productivity. A future seamlessly integrated with technology. That is what we strive for. What's your vision?
We help our customer to define the best automation solution for their production. Our commitment is to stay ahead in technology, fast delivery, and best service support.
Together, we create possibilities. Great Tech, your preferred factory automation solutions provider.
Newton's first law states that an object persists in a state of rest unless acted upon by another force. Nowhere is this more true than with our data. Oceans of insight lying dormant, still, unengaged. And when idleness is the enemy of possibility, we revolutionize, we rethink, we transform. Because today's data doesn't just reside, it lives.
It's the spark that makes you feel alive. Feel alive. Feel alive. It's the spark that makes you feel alive. Feel alive. Feel alive. It's the spark that makes you feel alive.
Micron is where data lives.
Welcome back. Next up on our program is a discussion where we will be hearing from the panel of experts we assemble on their views. Can Malaysia reinvent itself into a global E&E design and development center? Leading this discussion will be our moderator, Mr. Lee Kam Heng, Vice President and General Manager, Manufacturing Product Engineering, Intel Technology. Let us welcome Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Dillion. Welcome everyone to this second panel discussion. The title of the discussion is Can Malaysia Reinvent Itself into a Global E&E Design and Development Center? Now, we are very fortunate to have 4 distinguished industry professionals from very diverse backgrounds to join us today as panelists. So please welcome Dr. Melissa Gruppen-Szymanski, Vice President of the Technology Communities and Chief Technology Officer, CTO at SEMI, the Trade Association. Chi-Ling Chan, Vice President of the Backend Development at Infineon Technologies. Smita Kuriakose, Senior Economist in Finance, Competitiveness and Innovation at World Bank. And then lastly, Philip Burnett, Senior Vice President of Global Hard Disk Drive Operations at Western Digital. So welcome all 4 of them. Now, as you can see, we have a very diverse panel today, in experience, in expertise, in gender, now even in location. Dr. Melissa is calling from the US East Coast. It's quite late for her, so thank you for joining us. Now, let me provide a little bit of context for the topic today. Can Malaysia reinvent itself into a global E&E Design and Development Center? As we heard this morning, Malaysia has a deep history in semiconductor manufacturing, and it's specifically strong in back-end manufacturing, in package assembly and test, electronics manufacturing services, etc. The country has long aspired to move up the value chain into design development, but successes have been limited to MNCs, extending design development functions to Malaysia. Nonetheless, over the last few years, we have witnessed the country had some successes in automated equipment design, factory automation, and also a few indigenous companies now making it to the international markets. In the silicon design space, we're also seeing a few startups recently, led by ex-employees of the MNCs. So the purpose of today's panel discussion, is to understand the key issues, the challenges, the headwinds, as well as opportunities for Malaysia to grow in the design development space. Now, as Malaysia celebrates the 50th anniversary of the E&E industry next year, can the country reinvent itself over the next decade from a pure manufacturing play into both manufacturing and design and development? So now, before we begin, I just want to outline the agenda flow. We will invite the panelists to give their opening remarks of about 10 minutes each to share their thoughts related to the topic from the respective vantage points. And then as they deliver their opening remarks, if you have any questions, you may post your questions in the Q&A chat box. And then we will start the Q&A session after that, after all the 4 panelists have delivered their opening remarks. And we should have ample time, about 30 to 40 minutes to do the Q&A before we wrap up about 12:30 Malaysian time. So with that, let's begin. The first panelist is Dr. Melissa Gruppen-Szymanski, Vice President of Technology Communities and Chief Technology Officer at SEMI. Now, let me introduce Dr. Melissa a little bit. Dr. Melissa manages a team of microelectronics industry group leaders that foster collaboration in areas of design, fab, packaging, sensors, materials, and semiconductor equipment. She also directs public-private consortia in partnership with the US Army Research Labs, Air Force Research Labs, developing dual-use technologies to serve the Department of Defense objectives, while also enabling commercial opportunities. Over her career, Dr. Melissa has held various management, executive level positions in Motorola, in Lucent Bell Labs, AMD, expansion, managing technical professionals in R&D, right, as well as manufacturing and also product development. And prior to joining Semi, Dr. Melissa served as the Senior Vice President of Engineering in Advanced Nanotechnology Solutions, a startup in 3D and cybersecurity. She holds a Bachelor and Master's of Science in Chemical Engineering from the Penn State, and also a PhD in Chemical Engineering from the Arizona State University. So with that, Dr. Melissa, the floor is yours.
Thank you. All right, let me get this sharing. All right, can you see my slides okay?
Yes.
Very good. All right, well, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today and join this distinguished group of individuals to talk about whether Malaysia can reinvent itself in the global industry at this stage. First of all, let me give you a little bit of a background about Semi. I have been working at Semi for about 5.5 years. Semi is the largest semiconductor trade organization in the industry. We have members, somewhere around 2,500 members. And what we do is we assemble the members in the industry to identify challenges and then collectively decide on how we're going to address those challenges. Those challenges could be technical, they could be geopolitical, they could be a broad range of subject matter. So as a result, we have products and services that span quite a variety of topics. For example, we house and host a standards initiative. We also run various technology communities. We help source and fund R&D investments in the industry. We have various industry events where we sponsor the communication and the networking of the various individuals in the industry. So wherever that problem is, or that challenge, Semi and the Semi members collectively decide on how to address that problem and organize around it. I mentioned that we have a very large constituency of approximately 2,500 member companies. These member companies span the entire ecosystem now of the microelectronics industry. And we, you see here some examples of those members, from software design automation to equipment manufacture and everything in between. We are focusing on a number of SMART initiatives. We call them SMART initiatives. Now, these are not going to come as much of a surprise to this audience because every one of these topics was already brought up in the various keynotes, presentations, and panel discussions. And what I mean by SMART is I define it in a very simplistic way. SMART means sensing, transmission of that data, processing of that information, and then finally reacting, responding, taking some action. And the SMART initiatives that are a priority in Semi presently are the following. Smart mobility. This includes automobiles, of course, UAVs, electric vehicles, etc. Smart cities. Data. We've heard a lot about data today. It is very significant explosion of information. Now, how do we process it? AI and ML techniques are included here. Smart manufacturing. That has also been brought up. Some have said Industry 4.0. I like to talk about Industry 5.0. But the more automated and cost-efficient and agile manufacturing of the future. And then last but not least, smart med tech. Smart med tech includes and is driving very vigorously the wearables market, among other things. Now, these are not only areas of opportunity for the industry. These are areas that could and will have profound effect on how you and I live our lives going forward. So there's opportunity, commercial viability here, as well as the social implications of every one of these initiatives. Now, you have heard a great deal about advanced packaging, and Malaysia is a center of excellence and has been for many decades now in the packaging arena and assembly and test. I did not know what the previous presenters were going to present, but you have heard this common theme today. I'm going to present it a little bit differently here. Historically, your simplistic product development cycle would look like this. It goes through design, then it goes to a front-end fab, then maybe a packaging outsource, perhaps, and then multiple components funnel into final product assembly at the EMS. And then lastly, you have your final product, an OEM. Now, the margins, the value chain associated with this traditional flow of product development could be something like you see in the red. Now, there's a very, very broad range of this, but we've heard the statement before, move up the value chain. How can we become more design relevant? Well, design does command a pretty large margin compared to the other elements of this traditional flow. And OSATs, or the outsourced assembly and test, the margins are diminishing. EMS often operates at much lower than 10% gross margin. Well, I'd like to speculate here. Well, this is actually probably not too much of a surprise to those of us who have been working in the advanced packaging arena for many years in our career. We saw this coming. There is now this industry dynamics that could be portrayed as I have displayed here, where there's a combination now of your OSAT, your chip packaging expertise, and your system level integration expertise coming together as a system or subsystem integration, as a new element of this value chain. We also see the phenomenon of fab getting into packaging. Largely, it's in the wafer level, where it could be fan-out wafer level packaging, could be 3D ICs, 2.5D. So you see that element affecting the dynamics here. And then you also have a great implication, as you heard from our keynote, on design. System level integration is a new element of design, and it's quite complicated. So this new space could potentially offer a blend of OSATs and EMS companies. It's disruptive, yes, but it is opportunistic here, and modularization is going to be more of the trend that we see. And the great exciting thing here is that this now could help us redistribute that value chain. So if we enter into it properly, we might be able to move up that value chain. One such statement here is that is from Yole, that talks about the players from the different elements, fab, EMS, could begin cannibalizing the OSAT market. Now, cannibalizing is a dangerous word. It's a threatening word, but it's also an opportunity here, because the OSAT region, the OSAT area of expertise needs to be recognized as having the skill of integrating to the silicon and bringing that silicon out to the human machine interface. So it's a skill that is unique and could be capitalized on here. So scaling continues off chip, and interconnection and mobility is one of the topic areas that is a great interest and driver here. 5G, a true enabler to mobility and IoT. Now, this could be machine to machine. This is the connectivity of all of our devices. But one of the subsets of mobility, being automotive, helps illustrate maybe most strongly the importance of sensors as well. And the growth of semiconductors and microelectronics in this area, in this field. So as the scaling continues off chip, we have an increasing demand for heterogeneous integration. Now, heterogeneous doesn't mean just different nodes of the fab. It means 3 5s in silicon. It means optoelectronics. It means plastics and metals. There's this heterogeneous explosion is necessary for 5G, as 5G drives gallium arsenide PAs in concert with silicon components, in concert with numerous antenna and complicated RF technology. And then, of course, as we become more and more mobile, we have a size, weight, and power considerations, also cost, to consider for IoT. So briefly, just to end my intro, a couple of takeaway points that perhaps we can discuss later. We do see a paradigm disruption here in the microelectronics assembly and test engineering segment. The assembly of chiplets or smaller SoCs into larger integrated circuits is critical to continuing the scaling and the performance optimization. And the opportunity that arises now is that system level integration or heterogeneous integration is, so to speak, without the package. The system is the package. So the whole packaging paradigm is going to change. Very, very critical to mobility. Even when you're talking about the cabin of an automobile, the human-machine interface is becoming very critical and very slick, very high-tech. And then let's recognize the OSATs with their die handling skills, their signal integrity and power integrity knowledge is very critical to system integration, which is typically assigned to the EMS as a core competency. There needs to be a blend of skills in order to do the system level integration correctly. Thank you, and I'll hand it back over to Cam.
Thank you, Dr. Melissa. Very insightful opening remarks there. And you talk about this 2.5D and 3D advanced packaging. I think very exciting technologies that will keep the Moore's laws going, right? Not only at a silicon level, now at a complex package and a system level, integration, right? So we'll come back to that during the Q&A sessions. Okay, so the second panelist, I'd like to introduce Chi-Ling Chan, Vice President of Backend Development at Infineon Technologies. Infineon, Chi-Ling is responsible for the definition of roadmap and strategies of new technologies and innovation to support the business growth. His portfolio includes package development for power, advanced logic, RF, sensor package platforms. Chi-Ling also brings a track record of results through extensive career spanning engineering, project management, and technology development. Under his leadership, the team has successfully developed numerous trend-setting package solutions. So Chi-Ling has more than 19 years of experience in semiconductor industry. He has several patents in packaging technology, and he holds a Bachelor in Engineering from the University of Science, Malaysia. So Chi-Ling, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Kam Heng, on the kind introductions. Let me share my screen over here. You see my screen coming?
Yes.
So good morning to all of you. It's indeed my pleasure to be here today and be part of the panel discussion. I would like to start with a few pages of presentation as an introduction of Infineon technology and our operation and research and development focus in Malaysia. Infineon is a global semiconductor solution provider. Following the successful acquisition of Cypress Semiconductor, today Infineon is one of the global top 10 semiconductor company with 46,700 employees worldwide. We focus on long-term high-growth mega trend, and we are the leading player in automotive, system for power management and drive, sensor system, connected secure system, wireless compo, and the differentiated memory. To strive for long-term growth and a sustainable value creation, our target operating model is across the cycle, 9% plus revenue growth per annum, 19% segment result margin, and an investment to sales ratio of 13%, with a focus on highly differentiated manufacturing areas. Infineon structure our operation into 4 business segments, namely automotive, industry power control, power and sensor system, and connected secure system. Headquartered in Munich, Germany, we have a worldwide network on R&D and manufacturing, with 60 R&D locations worldwide and 19 manufacturing locations worldwide. Close to half of our workforce is actually based in Asia Pacific region, followed by EMEA and America. In the fiscal year 2020, the company reported sales of 8.567 billion euro. Today, Infineon is in the leading position in all our major focus end market. We are number 1 in automotive semiconductor, we are number 1 in power semiconductor, and we are number 3 in microcontroller. Our semiconductor solution can be found in all aspects of modern life, in 17 of the 20 best-selling electric and plug-in hybrid vehicle worldwide, in over 50% of the data center worldwide, and among the top 10 manufacturers of wind power and solar plant, you will be able to find our leading edge power semiconductor. The people of Infineon work together around the world towards one mission. We make life easier, safer, and greener. This is the route we follow to achieve our mission. We are the link between the real and digital world. We see it as our responsibility to contribute and to solve the major challenges faced by the society today. Infineon, part of your life, part of tomorrow. Let me now come to Malaysia. Infineon has a long established history in Malaysia. In fact, we have been operating in Malaysia for the last 47 years. Infineon is the only, Malaysia is the only location beside US and Europe that features Infineon fully integrated manufacturing operation, compressing the wafer fabrication in our front-end facility at Gulim, assembly and test in our back-end facility in Malacca. Infineon employed over 13,000 employees in the country and is our largest operation worldwide, with a cumulative investment of over 2.5 billion euro. Infineon in Gulim is the first and only front-end manufacturing facility for Infineon in Asia. With 15 years of front-end semiconductor manufacturing expertise, since year of 2019, the site have embarked on a new milestone with the setup of Technology Development and Innovation Department, focusing on chip technology development, supporting the mega trend. For example, the electric drivetrain technology, which is very critical for e-vehicle, and also high-quality silicon microphone, which is essential for reliable communication, also for new field application in the domain of IoT, machine learning, for example. Our operation in Malacca has continued to grow and expand, transform itself with technology and innovations. Today, this is not only the largest manufacturing site in the Infineon manufacturing network, it's also the global hub for package R&D, test and product development and innovation, as well as the location for many global expert services. This is also the location which is taking the leadership for our power semiconductor, advanced logic, discrete, and sensor package manufacturing. Besides this, we as well has an office in Ipoh with our development and manufacturing support team. We primarily focus on the partnership and collaboration topic together with the OSAT partner. With the acquisition of Cypress Semiconductor, we have complemented our network in Malaysia with a very strong competent team in Penang. Our activity in Penang comprises of manufacturing, R&D, as well as global expert services. In specific to R&D, we have established the IC Design Center, System Engineering, Advanced Package Design in Penang, Malaysia. Infineon is gearing towards digital transformation, rollout of Industry 4.0 and the automation technology. So we are playing our part in supporting the Malaysian Economic Transformation Program to develop the local E&E ecosystem and talent pool. Innovation is the fundamental success factor in the semiconductor industry and is the basis for Infineon to differentiate ourselves from the competitions. About 13% of Infineon annual revenue goes into research and development. In fiscal year 2020 itself, this stands at the amount of 1.1 billion euro. Overall, 29,420 patents in our portfolio. For the year of 2020 itself, we registered 1,690 new patents. Numerous innovative ecosystem with the technology company, university, and research institute are of great importance to Infineon. We are very glad that Infineon in Malaysia has continued to grow from a conventional manufacturing site to one of the leading advanced manufacturing locations, consists both front end and back end. On top, we have laid a strong foundation and developed a complete value chain of R&D in Malaysia, from IC design and system engineering to front-end chip technology development to back-end package design and development, as well as product and test development. We appreciate and welcome the Malaysian government continue to put the E&E sector as a high-impact, high-strategic focus sector within the just announced 12 Malaysia Plan. Having a closer look to the 12 Malaysia Plan, the E&E sector contribution to GDP is expected to accelerate and grow further to achieve 120 billion ringgit Malaysia in year 2026. This represents a 39% of increase versus the year of 2020. It is certainly our desire to support the growth of the E&E sector in Malaysia, as well as then to support the growth of the country. So we are looking forward to collaborate and to partner with all the stakeholders. I hope this presentation gives all of you a better insight to Infineon technology and our activity inside Malaysia. Thank you very much. I hand back to you, Kam Hing, for now.
Hey, thank you, Chiling. It's great to see the innovations accomplished at Infineon, especially here in Malaysia. To see that Infineon Malaysia has a broad range of R&D functions here in Malaysia, from IC design, front-end technology development to back-end package design, and also the product development. So it's amazing. Thank you. All right, we got to move along. The third panelist is Smita Kuriakose, Senior Economist in Finance, Competitiveness, and Innovation at World Bank. Currently based in Kuala Lumpur, Smita actually managed the World Bank's engagement on private sector development, innovation, and entrepreneurship policy here in Malaysia. Her work has covered more than 20 countries across Africa, East Asia, Pacific, and Europe, Central Asia. Now in East Asia and Asia Pacific region, Smita has led policy dialogues, publications on innovation, on entrepreneurship issues in China, in Malaysia, in Vietnam, and Thailand. Right? In addition to leading multi-sectoral operations of both the development policy and investment policy instruments. So quite a mouthful there. She holds a graduate degree in economics from the University of Maryland and also from the Delhi School of Economics. So we are very glad to have Smita with us today to offer us some insights from a different perspective, from an outside-in perspective. So Smita, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Kam Hing. And a very good morning to everyone here. And I'm very honored to be part of this very esteemed panel. My viewpoint is going to be from a policy perspective. So it's been really insightful to hear what participants in the first panel have said, and also what my fellow panelists have had to say here before. So I'm just going to share my screen.
Yep, you can see.
So I'm going to just highlight a few points that we will then hopefully have an opportunity to discuss during the panel discussion. So needless to say that over the last few decades, the global value chains have had an increasingly important role in trade. And we are also hearing this whole issue of moving up the value chain. We've heard that increasingly in the first panel, as well as from Melissa, as well as Chilling. So how does Malaysia fare? I mean, Malaysia is deeply integrated into global value chains, and this is especially true of the E&E sector. And it's a bit of a messy graph, but what we're trying to show here is what we see, and this is an interesting graph, is that the backward linkages to GVCs in Malaysia are high, but they're declining. So in a way, they're moving of global value chains. And while we can see that the forward linkages are low, but they're rising. So on the positive note, we do see a shift from basic assembly to more higher value added in Malaysia. And this can also be seen when we are looking specifically in the semiconductor industry, where Malaysia was ranked 8th, having the highest foreign value added as a share of gross exports in this sector. However, the recent trade balance, you show there's a trade surplus. Now, what are some of the inputs required to make sure that this movement along the value chain takes place? There is national research and development, the amount of research and development that takes place in the private sector, and very importantly, the level of skills in the economy and the level of industry and research linkages, or the effective commercialization of research. So these are the 3 points that I'm going to be highlighting here, and I think we'll have a very interesting conversation around this, hopefully, during the panel discussion. So we see that on the figure on your left-hand side that, there has been an increase, a consistent increase in the gross expenditure on R&D as a percentage of GDP, but with a dip in 2018. But what is not so promising to see is that business expenditure on R&D has been declining, which is a little problematic, because we would like to see more private sector R&D taking place at the national level. Now, what we do see is that when you're looking at the type of research, interestingly, that applied research was a lot more in 2014 as a percentage of total research, as you see from the orange bar here, and which is now at 36.2% in 2018. Now, what we do see is there's an increase in the amount of basic research. Now, there is a role for, of course, basic research to play, but what you would like to see is that there needs to be an increase in applied research so that there is more commercializing of this R&D that takes place. So in order for Malaysia to actually embrace or to attain its objective of high-income nation status, it needs to embrace an innovation-based, productivity-led economy. And in order to be able to do that, there is a need to actually reap the benefits of research and development for the private sector. So the figure on top shows the share of firms actually that do invest in training, R&D, and product innovation in Malaysia, and how does Malaysia compare to its regional as well as its aspirational peers? Now, aspirational peers are your OECD countries, whereas your transitional peers are those countries that have moved from middle income to high income in the last decade. So Malaysia does do reasonably well when it comes to providing training, but it has, according to this survey, does pretty well in terms of introducing new products in the last 3 years. But it has a lot more as compared to the aspirational peers to go towards firms that engage in R&D. So commercialization of research and R&D becomes very, very important. Now, there's a lot of emphasis that sometimes countries provide to intellectual property rights, but it's a double-edged sword here, because you don't want to stifle innovative activity in terms of technology adoption, but you would want to have very clear enforcements of IPR, especially when you're looking at attracting foreign investment. Because for foreign investment to come into a country, they need to know that the IPR regime is going to protect their particular IPR rights. So what we find in Malaysia is, and this is something what we refer to in the IPR world is as highly cited, is the Jinnat Park Index. And what we find is that Malaysia has a little more to achieve when it comes to enforcement of the IPR regime. So while there is coverage, it is more in terms of the enforcement that Malaysia has a little more to achieve. Second point I mentioned was skills, and this becomes increasingly important when we are talking about a highly digitized world, especially in this particular sector. A few years ago, we were talking about Industry 4.0, and the Industry Forward strategy was launched. But come COVID, the automation and digitization has just accelerated. The need for firms to actually be present digitally has become it has become so important just to survive. So we did this analysis before the pandemic, wherein we looked at what is the actual demand for high-skilled workers, and there it is high in Malaysia. And in fact, Malaysian firms are willing to pay a premium for high-skilled workers. We also looked at the level of advanced skills available in Malaysia, and we see that in some skills, actually, Malaysia does exceedingly well, but in some, it kind of, compared to Brazil, Russia, India, and China, it doesn't do as well. So there was an emphasis, this is like a year and a half ago, there was a need to look at more frontier skills so that the employees, as well as your skill supply in Malaysia, is able to meet those that are demanded by the private sector. This now becomes even more important, given that the level of automation and digitization that is taking place globally is here to stay. And another important part about skills is the importance of managerial practices. We actually have enough evidence to show globally that firms that adopt management practices actually do much better than those that do not. In fact, our recent surveys also show that those that have adopted or continue to uphold management practices globally are able to do better during the pandemic than those that don't. So this was a study that was done specifically for Malaysia, and it showed that if firms were to adopt management practices, it could actually increase labor productivity in Malaysia significantly. Now, finally, I want to touch upon this point about effective industry research collaboration. And we have pockets of excellence here in Malaysia, and there are lots of very good examples how this has been done very successfully in the past. But what is required, especially given Malaysia's aspirations towards high income nation status, as well as for this particular sector, is there needs to be more consistency around the objectives laid out in the research planning from the point of view of policy. And then in terms of incentives, there needs to be an incentive structure amongst researchers that actually incentivizes them to undertake research with industry. So secondment opportunities, for example, should be encouraged rather than it being a publish or perish kind of an atmosphere. But it also looks at the side of the firms. Are the firms actually in a position, and I'm talking about most firms, I'm not talking about your multinational firms, I'm talking about local firms here. What is their capacity to be able to undertake this joint research with research agencies? That itself will determine the level of industry research collaboration. And then the need to strengthen technology transfer offices, which are particularly tasked with capacity to be able to work, especially with small and medium enterprises, to be able to translate this research that takes place in these research centers into industry relevant solutions. So this is just to kind of lay out some of the ideas, and I'm going to stop here so that we can then go into some of this discussion during the panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Smita. Thank you for your honest, frank assessment and insights there. It's eye-opening to see the R&D investment at the business enterprise level and also at the national level in the reducing trend. So it's indeed worrying, not going the right direction. Very enlightening data, and we'll come back to that later during the Q&A session. All right, the fourth panelist I'd like to introduce is Philip Burnett, the Senior Vice President of the Global Hard Disk Drive Operations at Western Digital. Philip is based in Kuala Lumpur, but spent a large portion of his career at various manufacturing sites in Asia, in KL, Singapore, Bangkok, and 3 years in the Western Digital HQ in Irvine, San Jose, California, in the US. Philip is an industry veteran with more than 32 years of experience in solid-state disk drive industry. Currently, he is responsible for a worldwide organization, about 22,000 staff, so pretty huge, consisting of all the hard disk drive factories in Asia, coupled with engineering units in Japan and also in the US. Philip also sat on multiple university advisory boards, as well as being an active speaker at technology conferences, webinars. So with that, Philip, it's a pleasure to have you here in the panel. The floor is yours.
Thanks, Kam-Heng, for that introduction. Let me just share my screen here, all right? Okay, let me get it. And let me get into screen mode here. All right. So good morning and good afternoon to my fellow panelists. And I hope that in the near future, we can do some of these discussions in person. Really looking forward to that day. As introduced, my name is Philip Burnett, and I run all of the global HDD operations for Western Digital. Now, my focus today will be on transformation, moving up the value chain, the need for perseverance, good vision, and a clear idea of the value that needs to be created as we move up that chain. I'm going to be using manufacturing as my base to illustrate how this works. However, the elements that I'm going to discuss are universal for any technology-based outfit. And it can be modeled into a startup or even into an established MNC. Transforming any technology-based industry from a manufacturing to a development or a design hub needs a good understanding of the elements that support it. Both at an ecosystem level, which is the micro, and as well as on the environmental support level, which is the macro. I believe it's important for every business to always refocus itself to foster growth. This is not any different from our topic of discussion, of course, today, which is what is needed for Malaysia to transform itself into a global E&E design hub or what I like to call an innovation center. However, this is not something that can happen overnight. I found this quote, right, from Robin Sharma, who is a Canadian writer, poet, and someone who writes self-help literature, quite apt for today's discussion. Each tiny effort builds onto the next, so that brick by brick, magnificent things can be created. For me, this takes a clear vision, recognizing what new value you want to create. So as you can see in this depiction, the brick is the quote, in the quote here represents perseverance. This is important in our, in what we are talking about today. This just can't happen in isolation or overnight. It's a community that has to change its mindset. Let me first start by providing a little bit of the information about Western Digital's manufacturing footprint in Malaysia and in Asia. We have 5 sites here, 2 in Penang, 1 in Johor, 1 in Sarawak, and finally a development site in Petaling Jaya. And our core business is around data infrastructure centered around storage. Now you have seen our hard drives under the WD or the HGST brand, and our SSDs under the SanDisk logo. Now, if you take note of the picture that I've depicted over here, right? It's all about architecting, like our vision says, is architecting how data enables the world to solve its challenges. So if you take a look at the topmost, we've actually recently gotten the certification from the World Economic Forum as a global lighthouse. And this was for our Batu Kawan plant. And here we actually showcased our 4IR technology to its extreme. Let me now start by providing a little bit about information about Western Digital manufacturing or the KL Center of Excellence in Kuala Lumpur, right? This is the regional, what I call the regional R&D Center for Innovation. This site is also known as the KLCOE. It has a rich 48 years of innovation and excellence, reinventing itself from one of the pioneer manufacturing companies in Malaysia into a regional R&D center that it is today. So I can really tell you firsthand that it is very feasible for every company to reinvent themselves to be a global E&E design, development, or innovation center. KLCOE started out as a manufacturing site, which transitioned through manufacturing different product technologies, from semiconductor to PCBA, and then later to hard disk drives. The years of manufacturing were the foundation to its development of technical strength and capability. Today, this site is the regional center of excellence focused on certain niche areas. For example, firmware development, hardware engineering, data science, automation development, and also some other operation strategic type functions. For such transformation and to reinvent itself, it requires constant reimagining for growth and new value creation. So the key word here is value creation. This is what we did in KLCOE. It involves reflecting what you want to become and thinking big while staying relevant with the changing technology environment. So at the micro level, what are the key elements within an innovative ecosystem that enables such transformation? Not just at Western Digital, but any organization that wants to make the switch. First, how does it support the objectives and future business strategies? This, I believe, is the foundation and starting point, because this is where you translate strategic goals into transformation goals and outcomes. Once the objectives and outcomes are defined, the next question would be, what do you need to do to improve or how to improve to achieve those objectives? This step focuses on what are the capabilities that need to be achieved for the competitive advantage. Now, this may involve business models, processes, culture, mindset within the organization, and most importantly, people. Investing in talents and skills is a must. As you know, most transformations fail because we did not have the right people or talent. Next, staying focused on value creation. As the plans are being executed, it is important to constantly evaluate if the plans are still aligned to the business needs. Reset or adjust those plans accordingly if required. And we need to be agile and flexible because the business environment is always dynamic. Now, here's a good example, right? Where in the pandemic, priorities have changed. What looked like great technology, a great technology niche, may no longer be aligned with the business needs of the organization. We must be ready to change and adapt. Let's not, of course, forget, we have to sustain it. Sustaining is an initiative by itself. It's even harder than starting something from scratch. Such transformation doesn't stop when the execution plans are completed. It must have all the hallmarks to sustain for continuous growth. So it's actually always important to ask, what do you need to do beyond this point? How do you make this culture of growth and innovation stick? Now, my comments about sustainability is a good segue for us to look at this topic now from a macro level. What are the environmental support imperatives that will help to nurture a sustainable development design or innovation hub? Here, I feel a culture of innovation is what we all aspire, as it allows for the cradling of creativity and the advancing of a design mindset. However, there are other key attributes and characteristics that I'll briefly touch on that are equally as important in our march towards innovation and a design type culture. Let's start with an inspiring vision in which people are constantly reimagining to innovate and challenge the status quo. Just like charity begins at home, so does the design and innovation mentality. It begins in our shop. Local leaders must advocate for it. Local talent are capable and can deliver their niche equal to the best in the world. We have to have that mentality. There's a need for collaboration space, of course, next, right? For people to come together to innovate. Now, research is not a cheap business proposition. So here I'm looking at a tripartite collaboration, right, between institutes of higher learning, government-linked agencies, private sector, and they can play a big part in defining the areas of research that universities could put focus on. Collaboration may be, for example, in the form of funding of research labs in a specific area of interest, while the government agencies could help by co-funding such labs and facilitate spin-offs or startups or even SMEs from them. And if you look, this is what some of our neighboring countries have done. Next, talent builds talent. There are always many available incentives by various government agencies that we should take advantage and build talent for transformation. Notwithstanding that, let's not forget also allowing talent to move freely across borders. Attracting world-class talent to Malaysia's shores, right, will help cultivate new talent locally. Build a future, I think we need to really build a future-ready workforce, invest a lot in people training and development, even in this pandemic challenge environment. Next, a very close topic to many, right? Close to the heart of many, the incentivize and reward to encourage more innovation. Sometimes this is easier said than done. In some cases, it's also about rewarding failure to encourage future success. In another instance, it's about migrating away, right? Like for us, we started in manufacturing, migrating away from manufacturing-based incentive approach to a more project-based incentive scheme. Finally, allow incubation. Great ideas usually start from thinking big. then starting small to prove the concept before productizing it and scaling it fast. I've seen too many efforts gone undone at the seams as they have these lofty expectations, and then we really don't understand all the intricate interdependencies. So with that final comment of caution, it's back to you, Kam-Heng. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, Philip. It's clear from both Philip's and Chilling's opening remarks, some design development work are already happening here in Malaysia, especially among the MNCs that extended the design and development functions are into Malaysia for more than a decade. And the key question is how to replicate the success stories of Western Digital, of Infineon, right, across all other MNCs. And for example, for Intel, where I'm from, we have actually also a long history, right, in design development. This year actually marks the 30th anniversary of the D&D functions here in Intel Malaysia, which started 30 years ago with microcontroller design. Then we expanded the portfolio to chipset design, technology development, and today we have complex CPU, SoCs, FPGA design work all done here in Malaysia. But the question, I think the key question is how to grow that footprint, right? How to go further upstream into the leading edge process nodes, leading edge products, right? And similar question, right? For the indigenous homegrown companies, how can Malaysia dramatically grow or expand our footprint beyond the current limited success we have in the equipment automation, in the factory automation, in the smart LED design, or even silicon design? So to that end, I'd like to pose this question to the panel. What are the key challenges, key issues, headwinds that Malaysia must overcome in order to succeed in this transformation to become stronger, have a bigger footprint in D&D? Maybe I can start with Smita. Can you offer some insights from your research and benchmarking work just now? Right? What are key challenges, issues? I think there was some telling data, right, from your opening remarks that show R&D investment reducing over the years. So maybe you can elaborate.
Sure, Carmen. So first, I want to recognize that that in this particular sector, Malaysia has a lot that is going for it. So the idea is, how does Malaysia actually ensure that it maintains its position, but also moves up the value chain? So very importantly would be incentivizing firms to undertake research and development. And what I alluded to, but also Philip put very nicely, is how do you actually have a structure, a culture wherein you facilitate incubation, ideas, so generation of ideas, so ideation, and that is where there is a role of government at the ideation stage, and then incentivize public researchers to actually solve problems solve for industry. And that can only happen if you have the incentive structures aligned. But very importantly, all of this can only happen if you have the requisite skills and talent. And talent has always been something that we've alluded to. This is a medium to long-term agenda, but that's not the reason why we need to look at it later. It's an immediate agenda that needs very, very concerted effort, because it takes time. So while you may have short-term measures, you'll need to build a pipeline of talent that is actually able to be agile, that has the ability, because technology is going to change so rapidly, that has the cognitive capabilities to work in an industry that is constantly dynamic and changing.
Thank you for the comment. I think I pick up the point about the public policy need to incentivize more research work, right, aligned to the industry. That's a great comment there. There's actually a question from the, I see the Q&A tab here, that the World Bank chart that you showed earlier, the trend is until 2018, right? So the question is, the investment trend, is it reducing after 2018 with the pandemic now? What did you see?
So that's a great question. So this data is a bit dated because it comes with a lag. So this 2018 data was only available in 2020, but we have been doing these perception-based quick surveys amongst firms. We don't have a sense of how much R&D is being spent, but we do get a sense that businesses are, which used to be an issue earlier, businesses now are adopting technology across the board. Whether it's small, medium, or large, across the board, they've adopted technology, digital technology. What is different is small firms have more customer user face kind of technologies that they adopt, but the larger firms are the ones that have more supply chain and production, increasing their production capabilities, which also then lends to the idea that the complexity of the kinds of technology that are being adopted are very different between small firms and larger firms. That brings it back to the issue of capabilities of firms that becomes very, very important.
Thanks for that comment. Hopefully we can arrest the trend and make a U-turn going up in the next few years. I want to pose the question to Melissa. You know, the semiconductor industry is a highly competitive industry. It requires a strong talent pool. We heard that multiple times, and also significant capital investment. We heard it from the beginning of this morning, right? The panel discussion quotes of hundreds of billions of dollars investment. So from your vantage point at Semi, what do you think? Does Malaysia have what it takes to succeed? If you want to transform, right? So to have a more vibrant D&D ecosystem.
Well, you know, I want to reinforce what Smita had inferred about. I'll use a different word.
Sure.
You have to address this holistically.
Right.
Focusing on one element of the supply chain or the ecosystem will not make it happen. You could double down on research, yet you'll fall short of transferring that technology on, or you may not get it into manufacturing. You'll die in the valley of death. So it's a holistic approach, and that holistic approach also necessitates the development of talent all the way across the spectrum. So one of the things that the pandemic did an enormous number of effects on the world. And one thing is it greatly accelerated some adoptions of new technology. But another thing that it did was it emphasized the link between the private sector supply chain and the impact it has on our own health and safety of our citizens. So governments in every region now see clearly they have vested interest in this. It's the health and safety of their citizens. And we also heard earlier that government incentives and government spending greatly influence and accelerate the effect of industry development. So I think that public-private model needs to be established and fostered, and the collaboration has to be done from university all the way through to OEM, final product, so that you have that continuum, you foster the entire continuum and look at the problem holistically. Now, I think that Malaysia, like any other region of the world, should prioritize and decide what element of the semiconductor industry, the microelectronics supply chain, is their most attainable area or most needed area to foster. I again will emphasize the historical strength in advanced packaging. So it would make sense, in my opinion, to build upon that, and that is a great opportunity for technical leadership going forward, given the disruptive state our industry is in right now.
Very good, thank you. We'll come back to that on the advanced packaging and future areas of focus, or how we can grow the footprint. Maybe I'll pick on this talent team, because I see a couple of questions about talent posted. And time again, we had talent as a key limiter to Malaysia's aspirations to scale up manufacturing or to go upstream in the value chain. It's a complex problem. It involves many factors, the talent supply, education system, also even talent leaks, right? Brain drains to other countries, etc. So instead of complaining about it, whining about it, I'd like us maybe to have spend a few minutes to have a constructive conversation about what are the things that Malaysia need to do, right, to get things right. What is actionable, right? So I pick up one thing, Philip, in your opening remarks just now. You talk about training and development. The word talent breeds talent caught my attention. So can you say more about it? Is this how you circumvent the talent issue, right, by conducting in-house training? Can you share a little more?
Sure, Kamheng. Yes, I think one of the things that having a manufacturing base helped us, right? You could bring a whole bunch of engineers together, but then how do you train them to specific niches, right? So one of the things we did at that time was by sending them to the different design sites, right? So when you send them to the different design sites, you actually get them to learn, right? And they actually get involved. So it's not just go there and see, but actually you get involved in the project. So it's sort of being part of the design team, all right? And then you actually bring them back, right? They need to come back, right? Not stay. Some would love to carry on wherever they are, but we actually have to get them back. And then when we get them back, right, then comes the bigger piece of how do we do this mentee-mentor type thing, right? We try and make sure that the skill that is brought back is then spread to a larger group of people. That's our most important thing, right? Because if not, the one person you send or the two persons you send, they come back, they leave, and you're back at square one. So we went on along this mentee-mentor piece, and of course, put things around that, incentives and so forth. And then we start to create a mass of technical expertise, right? You have to have critical mass. If not, you're going to be a one-stop wonder. That's it, right? And so we've got to get that critical mass going. And then, it's that process that has to keep going. You have to now look beyond your borders, right? And this was something, we talked about earlier, right? You got to get talent from anywhere. That means even if sometimes it could be 1 year, 2 year students that have just left the universities, but they're extremely skilled in an area that we want them, right? So that's the type of things we want to bring in, because you want that pipeline of talent to be there, right? Because as you know, it's a long process, right? To get to the type of skill sets that you want. And if you've only got 2 or 3 people in the pipeline, that's too dangerous. So you got to fill that pipeline. And sometimes that pipeline can't be filled just with people or students or young engineers that are coming up from our present universities, right? You got to cast your net a lot wider. So that's sort of where the approach we have taken, and we've also seen a lot of other organizations that have done that, and they've been fairly successful. And and then maybe I could just take a leaf from Singapore, right? They've also been doing that quite a bit, right? Putting their borders open from a talent perspective. So they've been able to attract like the best, right? So I think we need something like that here too in Malaysia.
Yeah, I like that comment. I mean, if you are to grow Malaysian companies into regional or global players, and we need to tap into the talent, best talent, not only from Malaysia, but also from the regional countries. So that talent without borders thing, I like that concept you mentioned there. So hopefully our public policy can be shaped and changed and to embrace that philosophy. So I want to also maybe switch gears to Chilling. Maybe can you share a little bit from an Infineon experience, right? How did you address this talent challenge?
I believe we are all in the same situation where we are hungry for skilled engineer and talents to support the growth which we are experiencing in the past many years. besides providing a broad range of training and development opportunity to the people, maybe I would like to just share two of the special highlights which come to my mind. On the fresh engineer end, within Infineon, we have a dedicated program, and we name it as the Engineering Booster Program, where we consistently every year hire a group of fresh engineers that we bring them into the organization. We tailor a specific training program, hands-on and also fundamentals, that we bring them up to the speed and support the integration into the organization and form a pipeline, which I like what Philip mentioned a lot, and form a pipeline to really push the organization and bring new energy to the work or the things happen inside the organizations. So this is one which I see very important as what we do to provide this pipeline of fresh engineers and to prepare them in the industry. On another hand, which I see is also an important structural change or mindset change, which in the company in Infineon, we have these distinct 4 career paths, besides the very classical management ladder for the people to become in the top leadership positions, and also the individual contributor. We establish the technical ladder, where I have a very specific focus for those contributing on technical subject matter expertise. Meantime, we have also set up the project management ladder for those primarily contributing in managing a project and taking the functional leadership of the project environments. This to me is very important structural change. We put the organization into forward thinking. What is the skill we need for the future and how to prepare the people aligned to the business need. And I see it especially challenging in Asia, where many of our people somehow have this ultimate career goal to be a people manager. So we need to create this inspiration and also the status and the right compensation, but then bring them forward, which is what we needed the most when we want to go for knowledge intensive economic, when we want to have more R&D success story in the country. So that too, at least to me, is very important. And I'm very proud actually in the location we are in, we have managed to bring this thinking into the organizations and also along the year build up the pipeline of these skilled talents, as well as of course the fresh pipeline for the young fresh graduate.
Excellent. I heard the team about the strategy about enhancing this technical career ladder, right, for the engineers so that they can grow in their career, and also about strategic seeding. I think a point that Philip mentioned earlier. So wonderful ideas there. And Mr. Chan, there's actually a question for you in regards to the extensive design development functions you have Infineon has in Malaysia. Do you see significant barrier to grow this beside the talent issue, any other concern issues and challenges? Do you plan to have more design houses coming out in Malaysia? There's a little part of the question you don't have to answer if you don't, you don't want to.
No, I think meantime it's true we have a very complete ecosystem built up, and I will not see in such a kind of barrier because this is all the needed ingredient for the semiconductor. As we know, this is always a very complex ecosystem, and we need different competency in different part of the ecosystem, and ultimately a strong linkage to bring it together. And this is also again a point I want to repeat when I mentioned about this project management career path. It was actually most time underestimated in the microelectronics, but it's actually a very important part to really bring the whole linkage together and ultimately capturing the value of the commercialization success. And certainly true, we are grateful what we have inside Malaysia, and it's important that we can leverage on it and build further.
All right, thank you. Now, I want to switch gears. I mean, we talk about the partnership with academia, research institutions. Smita, you mentioned that in your opening remarks, right? That there's this importance, right, to have this strong partnership within the industry and academia, industrial research institutions. Now, the good news that I heard from Philip, from your resume, that you actually sat on a few university advisory boards, right? So maybe can you offer a little bit of thoughts of wisdom here?
Yeah, sure, sure, Coming. And I think on the academia side, right, from my experience from the advisory boards, right, what I usually do is I try to share our experiences, right, what we see, right? Because usually what the professors and the lecturers know is either what they had their experience or what they're hearing from their students, right? So usually we want to be able to tell them what are the trends we are seeing, right? Because usually the advisory boards are for particular schools, right? In the university. And so we try to explain to them, or I try to explain to them, this is sort of what are the things that that's happening out there, right? Now, one thing that I do notice is that they have a problem, right? Because of their structure, they have to get, if they want to change course, it's almost like having to start like the 12 Malaysian plan, right? So they virtually have to get the approval all the way up to the Senate, right? And so sometimes it's easier to sort of take a shortcut, right? And this is where I think we played a role, right, here, by setting up maybe labs, working with them in collaboration, right? Say, for example, I'll just take an example, firmware lab, right? So our strength is in firmware. And so one of the things we can do is set up a firmware lab or an IoT lab in collaboration with certain universities that are close to our physical location, especially those of it. And so in that way, they can get partially around the budgeting process, right? And this, if you think of it, you set a lab up in their site or even in collaboration with your own site, it helps cultivate the interest within the university itself, right? Guess what? The next generation workforce, the engineers, they are there. They're watching this lab come up. They'll look at it and they'll find, that it's interesting. They'll want to be part of it, right? And so then that helps also create more master's programs, more PhD students that we can attract because they see the funding coming in, right? And they have the ability to come into the company and also do part of their research, right? And then there is continuity, right? A lot of the students, especially the ones that want to do research, they'll want that continuity, right? They want to see the outcome of their work, right? So that's sort of what, to answer your question, Kam Heng,
Thank you.
I see from that angle.
Excellent, thank you. Yeah, and I think I still agree we need to do a lot more to collaborate, work with the university, with the academia, and also the research institutions along the lines that Smita mentioned, how to incentivize the research. At the end of the day, I think it will help the industry. So great conversation so far. Now, let me move on to a different topic then, and because we need to, in the interest of time, we need to wrap up. Let's talk about potential areas of opportunities for Malaysia. The scope of design development is very broad by itself. Should Malaysia, right, given our limited resources, identify focus, a few areas of focus, so that we can have higher chances of success in this transformation as you want to grow the footprint of the design development here in Malaysia? What are the areas of opportunities, area of focus that we should, really focus on? So, Dr. Melissa, you talked about advanced packaging earlier, 2.5D, 3D heterogeneous integration, right? Which I think is a natural area for Malaysia to extend to grow into. Do you want to add additional comments? Provide additional comments here?
Well, typically in the past when we talked about design, the emphasis was on front end of line, right? It was design of SoC. But as you heard by Lip-Bu on the keynote, Cadence Design Systems has worked diligently on, first of all, IC design, moving into packaged silicon co-design, and now emphasizing system level integration and design. All of those steps had, the respectful challenges to do so. The design systems become more and more complicated. So they're recognizing this going on. If if, for example, you emphasize in Malaysia, building upon the very solid base that you have in advanced packaging, focusing on system level design will move you into that value, that higher value within the value chain. And I don't think anybody would disagree that the 3D IC, the 2.5, taking that into your more assembly related integration level, this is very necessary for product and Moore's law to continue, for the performance and product capability to continue on the trajectory that we have enjoyed over the last 40 years.
All right, thank you. I also have a few other areas, equipment automation, the factory automation, as areas that Malaysia should continue based on the panel discussion this morning, also from the keynote address and Q&A. So I think there are a few other areas that Malaysia should focus on, but we cannot spread too thin, and so I need to pick up a few areas where we focus on. Now, there's been an engaging conversation so far. In the interest of time, we need to wrap up. So I'd like to pose a question to the panel, right, and to all the participants here. I'll start off with the panel first. After all that is said and what we heard this morning, what is your overall assessment of Malaysia's chances to succeed in this transformation to become a global design development center? Can the country reinvent itself over the next decade, right? From a manufacturing dominant play into both manufacturing and design and development. So you have 4 options of responses, right? First, unlikely. B, cautiously optimistic. C, optimistic. And D, hard to say at this point. Give me your frank assessment, okay? So let me start off with maybe Chilling. What do you think?
I think we have shown the result, which then we are able to make it in Malaysia. We have the ecosystem in place, the right people, and with the right focus of the government, which outlined within this 12 Malaysia plan. I believe we were able to succeed and remain one of the key players in the semiconductor industry. So my answer is then C, optimistic.
Optimistic, good. Smita, how about you?
I'll be cautiously optimistic because I think Malaysia has a lot of the required talent, the required requirements. However, there needs to be a concerted effort to make sure that the entire ecosystem actually works for making sure that Malaysia moves up the value chain, which means that there's public policy, industry, and research all together, culminating into this whole ecosystem approach.
Very good. Philip, how about you?
I'll go with Smita, cautiously optimistic. And I think the reason for that is the talent piece worries me quite a bit here. Right? I think innovation is really all about people, right? And if somehow that talent pipe gets choked, right, or even constrained, you're going to constrain everything downstream. And so I feel that that's why, if we can put the right policies in place, both private and public, I think that then I'll go with Chiling's optimistic.
All right, good. Last one, Dr. Melissa.
I'm going to go with cautiously optimistic.
Okay. I'm sorry, you're breaking up.
In the industry.
Okay, all right, thank you. So now that we got the panelists take, let's hear from participants. It'll be a real quick one. We'll do just a quick online poll. So if DH, you want to go ahead and launch it, all right, it's up there. And all the participants, feel free to respond to this poll. We'll have maybe 10 seconds for you to respond. All right, 5 more seconds to go. TH, can you share the what the polling results is? There you go. 60% of people say they are cautiously optimistic, and then followed by 30% of optimistic. So sounds like we got a huge dose of optimism here today. So that's very good. So I think with that, really appreciate the panelists, Chilling, Phillips, Mita, and also Dr. Melissa, especially Dr. Melissa calling in from US, actually East Coast. So this is midnight for you. So thank you for joining us here. And with that, pass it back to you, Dillion.
Thank you, Kam Heng, Dr. Melissa, Smita, Philip, and Chan. So cautiously optimistic, that's good. There's hope. There's hope for Malaysia to move up the value chain. Thank you again to our panel of speakers, as well as Kam Heng for this very engaging last hour or so. We ran a little bit over time, but all good, all great. A lot of ideas shared. So once again, sincere gratitude to all of you. So now we are at the closing stages of our forum today. We'll now invite Yang Berhormat Dato Sri Mustapa Mohamed, Minister in the Prime Minister's Department responsible for economy, to provide his closing remarks for our event.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Very good afternoon, Yang Mohamed Dato Lim Ban Hong, Deputy Meeting Minister, Mr. Ram Karthigasu, Chairman of MPC, Dato Sri Wong, President of MSIA, speakers, panelists, moderators, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everyone joining in today is safe and in good health. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to provide closing remarks for this Malaysia National E&E Forum 2021, fueling the semiconductor renaissance. I hope that everyone has had an enjoyable morning thus far. Ladies and gentlemen, today the E&E industry is a key contributor to our economy. Indeed, Malaysia is a major global manufacturing hub for the E&E industry. To date, we produce 13% of the global back-end semiconductor output, and that accounts for 40% of Malaysian exports. In the first 8 months of 2021, Malaysia's E&E exports increased by 18.8% to 2.3 billion ringgit. For the past 50 years, we've been successful in creating a comprehensive E&E ecosystem, particularly for front-end to back-end semiconductor manufacturing activities. A large number of multinational companies have established their operations here, including industry giants such as Intel and ST Micro. Malaysian companies too have been part and parcel of the industry, providing products and services required by MNCs. Our domestic companies serve clients in the automotive, consumer, power management, industrial and medical device segments, providing design and engineering services, customizable solutions ranging from IC design, engineering and testing, IC packaging, as well as manufacturing modules, system devices, and finished products. Today, more and more Malaysian companies have started their businesses after gaining technical expertise and know-how while serving MNCs. This exposure has allowed Malaysian players to identify emerging opportunities within the E&E value chain to create their own niche. The increased participation of local companies in the global value chain demonstrates our capabilities. This will further improve Malaysia's trade performance and reduce currency outflows. Ladies and gentlemen, like the 5-year plans that came before, the 12th plan will provide an overarching trajectory of the government's development agenda. It provides a sense of direction to government agencies, the private sector, investors, and the public at large on the overall policy direction of the Malaysian government. Ladies and gentlemen, as highlighted in the World Bank's Aiming High report, Malaysia needs to address several issues as we make the transition to a high-income economy. These issues include the relatively slow rate of economic growth compared to many countries that achieve high-income status in recent decades. Malaysia has a lower share of employment in high-skilled jobs and higher levels of inequality compared to many other countries that have already graduated from middle-income status. And compared to the OECD countries, our tax to GDP ratio is low. Our social protection is insufficient, and we perform relatively poorly in terms of measures related to environmental management and corruption. Our priority is to build back better, to rebuild the Malaysian economy, to place Malaysia on a stronger economic footing, and to build a more competitive economy. Ladies and gentlemen, the global economy is experiencing material shifts in trade, services, travel, information, and technology. In particular, global supply chains are reconfiguring with greater regionalization and multi-shoring to support increasing focus on resilience. Such reconfiguration will present both challenges and opportunities for Malaysia, particularly in export-focused sectors such as advanced electrical and electronics industries. The 12th Malaysia Plan will focus on high-potential industries like advanced electrical and electronics to drive the economy forward and create more economic opportunities for our people. The E&E sector has been identified based on its huge potential in generating high-value added activities and products, advanced technology adoption, research and development and innovation, high-skill employment, as well as their contribution in achieving the green agenda. Our success in transforming the E&E sector is one of the major determinants of Malaysia achieving high income status. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my utmost appreciation to everyone for making this year's forum a success. On that note, it gives me great pleasure to officiate the closing of the Malaysia National E&E Forum 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Dato Sri Mustapa. This brings to a conclusion our Malaysia's National E&E Forum 2021. As someone posted on the chat box, it's now time to take action. We have to seize the opportunities in front of us. Many great ideas were shared today, and we hope Malaysia can reinvent itself to move ourselves up the value chain of the E&E industry. Thank you for attending this event, and on behalf of MSIA, we hope that you have gained invaluable insights and new ideas from all the speakers today on how Malaysia can reinvent itself. Very special thanks to our keynote speaker, Mr. Tan Lip Bu, and also our sincere gratitude to all our OC speakers who have stayed on patiently till late in their evenings to participate in our forum today. And thank you once again to all our moderators and all our panelists for sharing all their insights today. Thank you also to our producers, Amanda and TH from FTF Creative Studios. Salam bahagia and see you next year.
Thank you, Dillion.